How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Daddy Dave, and this is the 31st live stream here on Carpathian Countryside. How is everybody doing tonight? I hope you're all having a fantastic day so far. It's gonna be a good day. Man, I've been excited for this. I have been away from live streaming way too long. Holy smokes, I feel like it's been forever since I've been on the channel. It has been busy the past several days. It has been nuts, but glad to be here. Like I said, I hope everybody's having a fantastic day. Let's check out the chat and see what everyone's saying so far. We've got Rail Fanning Jonah. Of course we have Rail Fanning Jonah. Says, make sure to hit that turn on that notification so you can be first like me. Yes, I'm fairly confident that not only does Jonah wait for notifications, but I'm fairly certain that he kind of just has the channel up in the background on his phone, so that way whenever he just kind of takes a look at it, maybe, oh hey, what time is it? Oh wait, BDD. Oh, did he post? Is he going live? No, okay. And that way he's first. It is anyways. Philippa, how are you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Says hi to Jonah. We've got Ken. How's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Also says hi to Jonah. Holy cow, we've got Ken with the $5. Oh, that's awesome, bud. So glad that you're done with the surgery, that you're back at home, and hopefully you're feeling 100%, man. Congratulations on all of it. Thankfully, you're back home. We were rooting for you here on the channel. Myself personally, I know many other people around here were rooting for you and hoping you got better and hoping that everything went a-okay. And thankfully, as far as we're aware, it's all good. So that's amazing, dude. Absolutely excellent. We got, let's see, Reaver Time Todd says, something tells me nobody could beat Jonah into BDD stream. So, what just happened? Oh, we just got us a subscriber, and unfortunately I can't read the name. I do apologize. Whoever subscribed, thank you so very much. I greatly appreciate it. Anyways, we've got, yeah, so Reaver says that basically nobody can beat Jonah into the stream. It has happened. It has happened, but it is incredibly rare. I'm pretty sure that somebody somewhere out there had just found Jonah out in the world in real life, held him down just so somebody else could get to that comment button first. That's my guess, is that somebody hunted him down, held him down, or took his phone away from him, just prevented him from being the first one. I have no facts or evidence for this, but that's what I think. Bradford, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says it's hard to yeah, it's hard to, Todd. It is very hard. It is very hard. Like I said, it's happened once or twice, but needless to say, it is not something that happens often. Ken says, I think that Jonah sleeps with one eye open to get in here first. Yes. Ken says, hey to Bradford and Todd. Ken with the $5 super chat says, my first stream after my surgery. That's amazing, dude. So glad. So very glad. We got Will T Gaming, also known as the FS Encyclopedia. How you doing, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, yo, what up? We got Philippa, says, hey, Will T Gaming. We got Will also saying 765 views on the video on my top 10 maps, LOL. Dude, yeah, I mean, it's going really good. You got some really good ones. Check out the comments under that video, too. You got a lot of people out there, including a couple of map makers out there that's giving you a kind of an attaboy. So, yeah, go check it out. Luke, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Says, good evening. Good evening, Luke. We've got Will says, hey to Philippa. And then we got Did Smooth Anti-Tanning Cop says, Did Smooth Anti-Tanning Cop says, hi. Whew, that is one heck of a name. How you doing there, Smooth? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Will says, I know my stuff. Yes, absolutely you know your stuff. So, hey, I caught up with the chat. I learned a thing. Now, I think it's going to work. Keep our fingers crossed. You ready? You ready for this? I think we're going to get smooth both the camera and the game. I think I figured it out. Now we're going to go through this. In the chat, please do me a favor and let me know. Make sure that things are looking, looking good. If things start to look a little buggy or look a little weird, I can disable the camera while playing the game as well. But I don't think that's going to happen. So just kind of give me a heads up. I think I learned a thing. I can be taught. Anyways, we are going to get rocking and rolling here. We got a few contracts here. All of them are fertilizer contracts. We also have a ton of work to do around the farm, and we need to get working on planting. We're going to plant some more corn. We're going to make some more chaff and do all that stuff. But that's next month. That's in April. So needless to say, we don't have much time left in the day here in March. We're going to have plenty of time to do what we need to do, but we have to get to work on this. So let's get to rocking and rolling on that. We're going to take this back to the farm. I also need to start working on getting the productions for fertilizer back up and running. I need to get some slurry over to that production point. I need to feed my chickens. They're out of food. They're completely emptied out. Let's see, what else do I need to do? I think I got everything all worked out over at the big grass field. The little grass field right behind the farm is doing a-okay. It's, you know what? I say that now, but let me go check it out because I could be wrong about that. I have a bad feeling now that I actually didn't take care of it like I was supposed to. Oops. Well, we'll see. We'll get over there and see how it looks. So we're going to get over here. We're going to fill up with fertilizer, as much fertilizer as this thing can hold. And then we're going to take this particular set of equipment, because this spreads out to 40 meters wide. Go right there. Bam. Okay. Where am I going? 18, 25, and 31. Okay. So that's off. Oh, actually, that works out really good because I can just go out back and check out that field. Because I'm pretty sure I harvested, I mowed the grass out back here. Not the last stream, but I think the stream before that. So it should. And I think I took care of it. I really hope I did. Let's dive in here. I did. Hey, I did a thing. I'm doing all the things. I love it. Love it. Oh, man. It was one of those. Made a huge mistake in the last stream. If anybody remembers, we ended up fertilizing and what else did we do? We fertilized, we limed, we planted seeds, and then we realized that we didn't buy the seed map or anything like that, or the soil map. So we ended up spending and using way more product than we had to. We didn't have to use anywhere near the amount that we did, and that kind of stinks. But I mean, it is what it is. It's, mistakes happen. So we're gonna boogie out there. Where is this one again? Oh, this is right next to the other big grass field. Okay, I know where that's at. So yeah, we're gonna do this one real quick, and then we're just gonna take this one set of equipment. We're gonna make our way around the entire 3 fields that we have contracts for. Those are the only 3 contracts we have at this point in time. Once we get to that point, get all that done with this one set of equipment. I hope the 10,000 liters is going to be more than enough. I have a feeling it's going to be. But once we're done, we're going to then boogie back to the farm. We're going to fill up. Then we're going to take the other 2 bits of equipment, go back to the farm, fill those up, and then get paid. Because, yes. And you know what? Hold on. Deactivate. And it's at the lowest setting. Cool. I don't know if this. I've heard that turning it off auto gives you the lowest, slowest rate of laying down your fertilizers, your lime, and whatnot for contracts and stuff. But I haven't particularly noticed whether it actually does or not. So it's one of those, I've kind of gotten into the habit of just doing it just because I've heard people talk about it and saying it works. But, I mean, if it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Hopefully it's not using more than what I anticipated to. But, again, worst case scenario, meh. So let's see. Let's go ahead and actually turn that off because we got, where is it? There we go. Now we can show the entire screen. Let's see. And we're going to catch up with the chat in just a second. We'll set a worker off to once we kind of make our way around this. But, oh man, who here is excited for FS25? Little bit more than a week to go. A little bit more than a week, and then we finally got it. Oh my goodness. And we found out some more stuff about ground deformation. We found out some more stuff. We got some fact sheets today, which, I mean, it is what it is. I personally haven't been too terribly impressed with the fact sheets, just because it hasn't been like any like bombshell equipment on it. There's been like one or two things like, oh, that's cool, but nothing that I've been like, oh, that's amazing, and really have gotten like really into what I've seen. There's just been kind of like, oh, okay, but at the end of the day, it's like, wait a minute. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Sorry, I noticed something and I was worried that worried something wasn't working out just right. So thankfully that's fine. Now I do have some good news, some exciting news. We're going to trail off from FS25 for just a split second. I've got some things to show off after the intermission. So after I go and put the little one down, I've got some really cool stuff to show off. I've got stuff from Reaver Time Todd. I've got some screenshots from Will T Gaming. I've got Rambo Hacker, who's sent me a whole bunch of screenshots. I've got a bunch of stuff to show off, and I'm excited. But what I'm most excited about is I figured out how to be able to show videos from people. So Reaver Time Todd sent in a couple of videos of his farm build there on Dredge Creek, Alaska, and I'm really excited to show that off. So once it comes intermission time, and once we're able to like show off all the screenshots and everything, we will be watching some videos and checking those out. So there we go. Perfect. Let's go ahead and set up a worker just like that. Oof. All right, perfect. So let's catch up with the chat here. We've got... Where was I? All right. Smooth says, good. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Philippa says, that's cool. We got Will T Gaming says, what did you think about the ground deformation? Oh, man. So, I mean, again, nothing of huge, like, not excitement. That's the wrong word. Nothing of big... was gained from that little clippet that they sent out to us. What I did find interesting, and I'm really glad that it's was in this little clippet of information that they sent out for ground deformation, is that the ground not only is going to be visually different, like it's going to show us, cutting through windrows, it's going to show us mushing the ground and all that stuff, but it's actually going to play an effect on the tractors and the vehicles that are cutting through the muds and all that stuff. So that is going to be really awesome to be able to actually have some kind of physical interaction with the tractors, and tires sound like are going to actually mean something. There's going to be something of value from having big, heavy, wide tires. There's going to be something to have value for narrow tires. There's going to be a point and purpose for all of them now. So that I'm super excited about. That's going to be really cool. But I mean, outside of that, I really didn't learn anything that was like revolutionary from this. Not anything that I haven't already kind of spoken about to one degree or another. This was just more of a kind of in-depth look of what kind of things other than the obvious are we going to expect to see? And another one was the mud actually sticking inside of the grooves of the tire. That actually seems cool. That seems really cool. But that's more, I think, more like a visual effect. So we'll see if that actually kind of works into anything. Jody, how's it going, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hi, and how are you? How it was your day so far? Oh man, busy, busy, busy. It has been a busy several days. Oh my goodness. So let me think. Yesterday was Halloween. Took the kids out to my sister-in-law's and did the whole trick-or-treating thing. Again, my daughter, she's 2.5, going to be 3 in February. And my youngest is 5 months old. The youngest, obviously, she was just kind of along for the ride. But the older one, she didn't get a good nap in that day, so there was times where she was just kind of doing her own thing, wandering around. She wasn't that into it until later on in the trip, where she actually started getting into the concept of, oh, I walk up to somebody's house, I say something, and then I get to pick from their bowl of candy, kind of thing. And because, one, she's 2, and 2, she's incredibly cute, and I might be a little biased, just a little bit. Because of that, she would just kind of go in there and kind of grab a little handful or whatnot in her little hand. So we're talking like, instead of one piece of candy, like we were trying to tell her and show her, she maybe grabbed like 2 or 3, and nobody minded, kind of thing. But, yeah, we all went out as the Sesame Street characters, which I thought was a boatload of fun. Let me double check this just real quick. Oh, yeah, 94%. We're going to be finishing this up real quick. So, my wife was Big Bird. My youngest daughter was Cookie Monster. My eldest daughter, who absolutely loves this character, not for, like, actual Sesame Street, but just kind of a YouTube channel that she watches every once in a while, Abby Cadabby. She loves Abby Cadabby. So every once in a while when she wants to watch TV or whatnot, like typically right before she goes to bed or something, she's like, Abby Dabby, Abby Dabby. So she'll just sit there and just she had a ball. She had an absolute ball. She recognized the dress that we got her right away, especially because it had Abby Cadabby like printed onto the dress. So she had fun, like more fun dressing up than she did actually kind of going out and getting the candy. And she got her first piece of candy last night, which was an interesting experience. We gave her, I think it was a Milky Way. And she dug it. She was happy. Let's see, where am I going? 25 is this way. So we'll go to 25 next. Ooh, easy. So yeah, no, so, there was the Halloween last night. And all this stuff kind of leading up to it. We got family who came in from out of town. They are not staying with us, but they're staying down the street. So we had to sit there and like vigorously rush around, mainly my wife, unfortunately, had to vigorously rush around and try and get as much stuff around the house picked up and, all that stuff. You get family coming in from out of town, so you scramble around trying to make the place, more presentable and all that stuff. It just kind of part and parcel with having guests. And, yeah, so which meant that when she was kind of running around doing her thing, I was sitting there watching the kids, and then vice versa. Now that we've got the 2 kids, it's really hard for us to be able to just kind of let, especially the older one, we used to be able to just kind of let her run around and do her thing, and then we could kind of clean up, and only if she started getting bored or whatnot would we have to kind of stop what we were doing and kind of, entertain at that point. But she plays very well by herself. She'll sit there, play with her toys, and do all that stuff. But now she's got a younger sister, and if we're not paying attention, she tries to play with her. And it doesn't always work out. And mainly what she tries to play with is her like her pacifiers and stuff like that. And unfortunately, she hasn't quite gotten the concept that when she goes to grab things, not to use her claws, her nails. So she tries to get the little pinching motion going, but instead she kind of goes beyond and grabs the passy and ends up scraping the and I'm just kind of trailing off and leaving a bunch of spot undone. but she kind of trails off and she will like grab behind the passy and then accidentally catch her with the nails and stuff. So that gets her all, screaming, freaking out because, hey, I just got scratched and I'm not happy about it. So yeah, one of those that you can't leave her alone for a second, especially with the little one. So it's now to the point where it's divide and conquer. So I'll take the girls into my office. I'll get some work done, and then my wife, she'll clean and do all that stuff. Earlier in the week, what did we do early in the week? I'm trying to think. Oh man, work has been nuts here lately. Things are finally starting to get back to like business as usual when it comes to work. And yeah, they are heavily relying on me. They've got so many things on my plate right now. It is nuts. Absolutely berserk with how much I have to work on. So my days, I used to be able to like sit there and run a few things and execute some code, and I'd be able to look at my phone. Oh, hey, did the mods load yet? I tell you what, if it wasn't for Will T Gaming, nope, wouldn't be able to even do that. Like without like the notification from him coming up, it's like, oh, hey, a new map. It's like, oh yes. So Will, thank you so very much. I greatly appreciate that. That helps out a ton, especially right now. Hopefully once we kind of get more established and things start to slow down a bit, well, hopefully things start to slow down a bit, because wow, just feeling like you're burning the candle at both ends kind of thing. But let's see, what else did we do? Oh, I think it was last weekend we ended up going to a local farm that does like a fall kind of open to the public. They do like pumpkin sales, they do hay rides and all sorts of stuff. And I thought, did I actually save those pictures? I've got pictures from it, but they got it set up so cool. I think I meant to put them onto my computer. Wow, I had like a small stroke there. Meant to put them on my computer, but I don't think I did. But they got the farm set up so cool. So they used an old chaser bin, an old chaser wagon, and they ended up putting up a chunk of wood along the back side of it that kind of encases 3 sides of the chaser bin, and at the bottom it's basically just a little belly dump, but it's off to the side of the chaser bin, and they attached basketball hoops to the back side of the chaser bin where they built up these kind of 3-sided walls, and then people can just take basketballs and like shoot hoops into it, and it falls into the chaser bin after you miss or hit the basket, and then it pops out the grain chute at the bottom of there. And I was like, that's actually really cool. I took some pictures of it. I don't think I put it on my computer, so I'll have to show it off next time. Next time I do a stream. But it was just a cool little experience. They had an old manure spreader that they just kind of have sitting out in the middle of the farm. I think it was I don't even remember what kind it was off the top of my head. But they had the big old John Deere tractor that was pulling around for the hayride. Not the hayride. The hayride. They had the corn maze and all sorts of stuff. So it was just it was a good old time, and just being out in the country and away from the hustle and bustle where I'm at here. Oh, it was delightful. Absolutely delightful. Let's see. We've got let's see. Ken says, Jasper, don't screw this stream for Dave, for BDD. Now everything's set up, LOL. Oh my goodness, right? Yes. So you can see, so far does the stream look good? Like we're not getting any choppiness, any quality degrade from the game or from the camera. I mean, like I said, let me know in the comments if things are looking crystal clear. I think I got it all worked out. And you know what? Firstly, I'll blame my ignorance. I have had no idea how to set this up. I just basically wung it. But, I'm driving past. But what ended up happening a while ago is that YouTube ended up telling me, hey, your settings are way too high. You need to turn them down. You might do X, Y, and Z. And they kept sending me warnings. It was actually right here on my screen. It says, your stream's current bitrate is higher than recommended, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, oh, well, maybe that's bad. And it says, we recommend X, Y, and Z values. So I'm like, okay, well, let me go ahead and do that. So trusting YouTube actually knows what they're talking about, I switched it. And turns out my bitrate was way too low. And I had no idea what a bitrate was before tweaking that. I should have done my research and understood what it was I was messing around with before even touching it. Before I even looked at it, I should have known what it was. But I ended up, it's like, oh, well, YouTube's got to know what they're talking about, right? It's YouTube. Nope. They had no idea. They had no clue. And I ended up trying to set up the camera once I first got it. Again, Jonah, thank you so very, very much. After I got it all set up and whatnot, I was getting severe quality degrade. So every time I'd move around on stream, it was just coming in blurry and bad and all this stuff. I had no idea. And from what I gather, this might have been happening for a long time, and I just had no idea. I had no clue that it was like that. So at the end of the day, I was like, I was ignorant to it. I was completely ignorant to it. But I tell you what, I'm not going to change a single setting anymore until I know exactly what it is I'm touching. And I mean, that's going to be the safe way of doing it. I'm not gonna just start changing things willy nilly anymore, because that one kind of bit me in the behind. So let's see, we're just about done here. We're gonna send a worker to send us back to the farm with this set of equipment, and we're gonna get the other sets of equipment over to the farm as well, so we can refill these up. I mean, because we want to get paid, and if we can get a full payout of all these bits of equipment, then we're going to make a pretty decent profit. There we go. Perfect. Let's zoom back in. Okay. So all three are done. I do not want to collect these just yet. I want to send this. There we go. Okay, now go. Yeah, there we go. As they almost take out a truck. Anyways, let's catch up with the chat here. So, where was I? I think I was... Let's see. Will says, Jody. Ken says, what up, Jody? We've got Will says, Ken. Ken says, hey, Will. We got Jody saying, hey, Will T Gaming. We got Will says, who is excited for FS25? I am. Oh, man, am I excited for FS25. I cannot wait. Cannot wait for it. Oh, I'm pumped. I am so pumped up for it. Oh, wow. I'm way behind. Ken says, I am Will. Jody says, really excited for Farming Simulator 25. Rambo Hacker Gaming, how's it going? I'm getting better at that name, by the way. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. I just had to go look to see if the Enhanced Planter Pack is available for all platforms, and sadly it is not. It would make you so happy when spreading lime and fertilizer. Ooh. Making me longing for a PC at this point. Like, I keep hearing just how good the mods are and just how good stuff is on compared to consoles when you're on a PC, and I keep hearing these stories and stuff, and it just kind of crushes me inside just a little bit every time I hear it. Let's see. Will says, we're getting a base game American Land Roller, Brandt Land Roller 591A. Ooh, very nice. Will also says 27.7 meter working width. Very nice. Cross stream, LOL. Rambo Hacker Gaming says, with all the new things that with animal pastures, grazing, and oh, that was the other thing. Thank you. And ground deformation are looking amazing. Yes. So animal grazing, that just blew my mind when that one came through on the checklist. Like, wow, I am so stoked about that one. You know, if you don't have all the right materials, especially when you got things like sheep and goats and whatnot, and you don't have the right materials, but you have a pasture for them to hang out in, well, then there you go. You can just go ahead and set them loose. You can just turn them in there and just let them go. Now, if you're playing with seasons and whatnot, then they're not going to have anything in the pasture to keep them sustained or anything like that, but it's not the end of the world. You're going to be able to, you know, turn them loose and be able to at least get them started. So you could get a potential jump on getting animals and all that stuff. So that I'm so excited for, because that one is going to be huge. I don't need the weight, he says unsuredly. Luke with the $10 super chat. Thank you so very much, Luke. I greatly appreciate it. And how are you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. We're going to be catching up here in just a second with the chat, as I am way behind. I know I am. I promise I'll catch up. Whoo, boy. But yeah, we are trying to scramble, get so much stuff done here right now. We'll take just a few seconds once we get all this stuff loaded and paid off and whatnot, and then we'll be able to really start turning loose here on the farm. So let's see, it's what, 16, so it's about 4:42. So we've got yeah, we got plenty of time to be able to get some stuff done around the farm. We don't have to do a ton around here. We've got most of the stuff done. Where we're going to really start having some stuff to do is the planting. We're going to come into the planting season next month, so we're going to be planting corn into the 3 fields just like we had in the last season, to be able to, you know, grow some more corn and get some more chaff. That was a very good payout, and now that the fields are all optimally set up, hopefully that means we're going to be getting more of a payout, more of a bonus and all that stuff, and we're going to get a good amount of chaff and a good amount of silage when everything's said and done. Let's see, we want... Ooh. We do not have a lot of solid fertilizer left. That's no bueno. Let's see. Well, we're definitely going to have to turn that production back on, because... Oh, wait. Oh, that's what I could do. Is I think I've got a ton of fertilizer over in the storage facility, so I could just get a bunch out from there. Yes, that's exactly it, because I've been loading up from that production point, and after loading up from that production point, if I need to unload, I've just been unloading into bales. Oh, and I clobbered that sign. You know what? Put it on my tab. At this point... Have you ever seen one of those like cartoons from, wow, I just hit another one, from way back in the day, from when I was a kid, at least that was when it was really popular, where it would be just a little like receipt piece of paper, about this big, and then all of a sudden it would unravel and it'd be like 1.5 miles long kind of thing. That's what I feel like should happen right here. Is I should be getting a bill from the city here, and they're going to be, sign, and it's just going to be 1 mile long of just BDD owing a bunch of, like, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars just for signage. But at least they know where to find me, because there's going to be a wake of destruction in my path. So let's see what we've got in the production. We'll fill this up as best as we can, and then kind of take from the other facility as we need it. Oh, 6,000 liters. Okay, so about almost $7,000, or 7,000 liters. That's not bad. We only need a couple of fertilizer pallets in order to fill this up. So let's see. Go over here. So I think... Aha! Solid fertilizer 1. Yes. Oh, where'd it go? Lime, solid fertilizer. Yes. Okay. So like that. Perfect. But yeah, I am so excited about animal grazing. I think that's going to be an absolute blast right there. Oh yeah, that's super close. Let's go ahead and sell these off. So, look at that. Look at that. This is why I love doing it this way. Every single time I get a contract for fertilizer, seeds, things like that, especially if I'm producing it myself, I will do this very step. I'll always lease out the equipment because you get reimbursed for the product that's left in the drums or in the spreaders and stuff. So on this first contract here, I'm getting reimbursed $15,000, which is more than the original contract value. So I'm making $25,000 on this first one. I'm getting $23,000 on this one. That's going to be $31,000 payout, and that's taking into account the thousands of dollars in leasing that I'm paying out. So I'm spending what, 1,000, we'll say 2,003-ish thousand. We'll say overestimate $4,000 on leasing out the equipment, but we're getting what, 13, 36, 40, 51 grand in reimbursements. I mean, that's how I love to do it. And you get so much money. And check that out. Boom. We almost got what, 79, we were about 200,000 when we started this stream. Now we're at 279. We gained almost 100K in just, 3 contracts. I love fertilizer contracts for that exact reason. But let's go ahead here. Let's do this. Let's switch that over, and let's go ahead and check out what we are missing here. Rambo Hacker says, the thing is, the magazine got me really excited. Oh yeah, the magazine had a ton of stuff in it that really was able to kind of feed into the excitement. I mean, plain and simple, is excitement has been at a fever pitch for months now, but like, we're getting so close. We are so close. We're a little bit more than a week away. A little bit more than a week, and I'm so pumped. I cannot wait. Cannot wait. Will says, I called a lot of things coming to FS25. 100% you did, bud. I don't even work for Giant Software. LOL. Johnny says, I'm taking a break from Farming Simulator to get ready for FS25. Very nice. And that's it, is, now that things are winding down, you kind of have to reel yourself back in for, to just kind of ramp yourself up for 25. You don't want to get so into 22 that you get burned out by playing 22 before you get to 25. Let's see. Will says, what do you think about grazing and being able to make your own pastures? That is going to be nuts. I am so pumped up about that one. The fact that not only are your animals going to be able to graze, like I said, I'm so excited about that, but being able to make your own pastures, that one is nuts. Because then you could take just a normal area and like seamlessly integrate it into the map. Like, that's going to be so amazing, and it's going to feel natural. It's not going to be like you're just plunking down a pasture and it's, squared off and all that stuff. You can have all these different custom areas and stuff that's going to make it look amazing. I'm so excited for all the things that Giants has put into FS25. They have done so much, and to anybody who said, oh, well, this is just going to be a reskin, especially when it was really early on, like, this is just going to be a reskin, this is going to be, blah, 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 all this stuff. I mean, wow, couldn't have been any more wrong if you tried. I mean, plain and simple, this is not a reskin. This is something that's going to be special. I mean, special. Let's see. Jody says on DJ Goham's channel, a representative for the U.S. said there might be some surprises on launch day. Ooh. I'm on board. I'm on board with that. Absolutely. Will says, I love Custom Modding's new slurry tanker. It came out yesterday. It looked sharp. It looked really good. I haven't downloaded or checked it out yet, but it looked good. Rambo says, there is a couple of features that are yet to be announced or a surprise with the launch of the game. Nice. Nice. I was really hoping that they weren't going to just tell us everything before game day release. I was hoping like one or two things were kind of still left in the tank and that we were going to actually kind of have just one last little surprise. It doesn't have to be anything major or anything like that, but just something that's kind of, left in the tank. That's what I'm hoping, at least. Clang. Let's see. Will says, can't wait for you to get the collector's edition for FS25. I can't wait either, dude. So, funny, quick story. I told my wife about all that, and like her mind, like same thing with me. Like I was sitting here telling her, it's like, you will not believe what Will T Gaming did. You will not believe it whatsoever. I don't call you Will T Gaming. I shouldn't. You won't believe what Will did. And she's like, what did he do? He got me a birthday present. That's number one. But the birthday present is insane. Got me FS25 for PC. She's like, wait a minute. You don't have a PC. You got a Mac. It's like, yeah, I do now. So, dude, thank you again. That just absolutely is mind-blowing. Let's see. Where was I? Okay, Rambo Hacker says, I have now bought 3 copies of the game. Wow. That's awesome. I mean, plain and simple is that's really cool. I've technically I've got 2. So I'm right behind you. Let's see. Will says, Rambo Hacker Gaming, me too. Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. I'm gifting BDD with a gaming PC. Yes, absolutely he is. Oh man, blew my mind. Rambo says, Will T Gaming, that is awesome. That Rancho Fundo map you did a tour of looked really good. Wow, was that map amazing. So anybody out there, if you haven't checked out Rancho Fundo, the map that came out, was it yesterday? I think might have been the day before. My days are running together now. Wow, 5 out of 5. That's number 1. But just the level of detail, the amount of terrain, the undulations and stuff like that, the beauty that is in that map is just next level stuff. Now, the PDA, the map is a little bit difficult to follow. It's hard to kind of make your way around there, but at the end of the day, it is phenomenal. Just chef's kiss. So yeah, that one was by Namag Mods, I believe. Yeah, I believe that's Namag Mods, and yeah, really good. And the chat jumped around on me. Where was I? Oh, okay, here we go. Why, where did it go? Where did it go? Sorry, y'all. It just kind of, everything kind of jumped around on me. I don't know where it was in the chat. Let's see. All right. So let's go back to this. So Will T Gaming says, now there's actually reason to have animal trailer. LOL. Yeah, 100%. Be able to move your animals around from place to place. Absolutely awesome. Counting down, or Jody says, counting down today to FS25. Ken says, we all are Jody. LOL. Yeah, 100%. Rambo says, a digital version for Giants because of them time zone, I should get it the day before around 5 p.m. based on previous released year one bundle from Stream plus the collector's edition. Wow, that's awesome. Will says, Rambo Hacker Gaming, me too, Xbox, PlayStation. Okay, so I got that. So some reason, some of this stuff's getting all filled in now, kind of back end stuff. That's weird. Let's see. We got... Oh, okay. So yeah, that's weird. That kind of filled in the chat, like kind of after the fact. Will says, if you guys haven't yet, check his video on my top 10 maps. It is really good. Well, thank you, number one. And Pippa with a member chat. Thank you so very much. I greatly appreciate it. Hope you're having a fantastic day, like I said. Let's see. Yeah, check out that. So I started doing a tier 3 member top 10 maps list. I reached out to all the tier 3 members to see if they would be interested in showing me what they consider a top 10 list for their maps. And then after I get everybody's kind of input on their individual top 10s, I'm going to put out my top 10 for FS22. And so far, people have gotten really into the concept of wills. Gotten a lot of positive feedback. Even got a few map makers involved there, Will. Just to throw it out there, you got the map maker from Pelinier, and you got the map maker from... I think it was Millstown. Don't quote me on that one, but I think it was Millstown. Both of them, headed into the chat and were commenting about being excited about being in the top 10. So yeah, good on you, Will. Thank you again for sending that out. Be on the lookout for Ken. He is going to be the next one that we send out there. So he got the list in next, so he's going to be the next one out there. We've got several others that we should be hearing back from, and if we hear back from them, then we will be putting out their list momentarily. Let's see. Will says, Ken says, have watched that video twice, Will T. Nice. Very nice. Will then says, Rambo Hacker Gaming, I'm making a map for FS25. It was for FS22. Oh. Jonah with the $2 super chat. Thank you so very much. Greatly appreciate it. Says, hello, everyone. Let's see. So Will was saying it was for FS22, but decided to delay it. Have some modders helping me. Oh yeah, not just some modders, some heavy hitter modders, some big time map makers. Lancey Boy comes to mind, Celebuki, and several others if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. We got Jonah saying Jonah is here. Jonah, glad that you're here, bud. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Rambo Hacker says, haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but have it on my watch list. Very nice. Will then says, looks great, BDD. Oh, awesome. I'm sorry, Ken says, looks great. Awesome. Glad to hear that. We got Will T Gaming says, I don't do anything, BDD. I just send you a message about the new mods and maps. Yeah, you do, and it helps out a ton. So thank you. I greatly appreciate your help with that. Rambo says, I ignore YouTube on that and crack up my bitrate as high as I can until it starts lagging. That's basically what I learned. That's essentially what I learned is, can't trust YouTube. Jonas says, no problem. Rambo says, YouTube wants it low because bitrate increases the file size, and the bigger the file size, the more space it'll take up on their servers. Space equals money. Yeah, 100%. Oh, and you can see the little doggo right back here. That is Jack. Getting a drink of water. Jackie boy. And now he's going to go and find his seat and go back to relaxing. Let's see. We got Rambo says I may have had an evil laugh about the PC versus console mods. You know what? I'm starting to learn that I can't blame PC players for having an evil laugh. It's like, we get all the cool stuff. I don't know why it sounded like a mixture of, well, I don't know, like Luigi's evil cousin. Oh, let's see. Ken says, what up, Luke? Luke, how's it going with the $10 super chat? Says, hey, that's up. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. We got Will says, Luke. Luke says, nobody joined you tonight. No, not tonight. I wasn't too sure if I was going to be like able to kind of get the pre-checks done and all that stuff beforehand. So basically just doing it solo tonight. Let's see. Luke says, hey there, Will. Jody says, can't wait for some of the unrealistic mods to come out. Yes. Yeah, the kind of quality of life mods that will come out. Rambo says, Jody, same. We've got Rambo says, that's an auto load, although it is still holding out hope that there will be one that at least makes... blah, blah, blah. I can read, I swear. Okay. That is an auto load, although it is still holding out hope that will be one of the last minute surprises that is included base game. You know, with all the stuff that we got for the premium expansion, or no, not premium, platinum expansion, you never know. We might one day get an auto load trailer. I mean, we essentially got auto load containers for the wood. It wouldn't be too big of a stretch to get an auto load trailer. Just saying, maybe one day. That'd be nice. Base game. Luke says, I was doing that last night as in smashing sides. Yep. Remember to live the live stream. I think that's supposed to be like the live stream with the thumbs up. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Luke. I greatly appreciate it. I am excited for third-person view becoming base game. Yes, that is going to be absolutely huge. Oh, I can't wait for that one. We got Rambo says, when I did a math a year ago, if you unload the fertilizer and sell it, you would even get more for the fertilizer versus keeping it loaded in when completing the contract. When I did the math earlier a year ago, if you unload the fertilizer and sell it. So the problem with that is that I have nowhere to sell it on this map. That's the only... Here, let's go back to the... That's the only problem is I don't have a sell point here on this map. I can install one. I just haven't gotten to that point. So whenever I'm on a map where a... Wait, what? 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 Oh, no, wait, that was a buy point. What am I thinking? Hold on. I confused myself. All right, the production shed. Yes. So I could sell it from the production shed, like turn it to sell, and then it'd be good to go. So buying and selling on this screen is really confusing. I always take a second to realize, oh, no, wait, that doesn't mean what I think it means. Buying is where the computer's buying it. Selling is when the computer's selling it. So that's how that all kind of works. But... yeah, when I first looked at this, I thought, oh, 1900, that's to sell it for me to sell it off. No, that's to be able to buy it. Anyways, long story short, I don't have any place to sell it unless I sell it directly from the production point. But then you get that, what is it, like 20, 30, 40%, right off the top by selling it right from the production point. So, I mean, I'm producing it. I can sell it off in big chunks like that. So it is what it is. Let's see. That could have changed over the last year since I did the math on that. Reaver says U.S. Giant rep is Kermit. Very nice. Jonah with the gifted membership. That didn't pop up on my screen. Tony Beck got a gifted membership. Jonah, thank you so very much. Greatly appreciate that. Let's see. Philippo, like I said, with the 6-month member chat. Thank you so very much. Jonah with the $2 super chat says, hello, everyone. Rambo says, can't wait to see the map from Will T Gaming. Oh, I think it's going to be really cool. I can't wait either. Luke says, I need to figure the maps out. Bradford says, Jonah, Luke says, hey there, Jonah. Jonah says, yes, the donut is here, LOL. Nice. Luke says, I only have been playing for about 3 months, so I probably don't have about 10 maps. Well, I tell you what, bud, if you can't come out with 10 maps, do however many that you can do. You know, like I said, it'll be what it is. You know, so not to worry. Let's see. Luke says, luckily ducks. Ken says, BDD Gaming Channel is #1 in my book. Thank you, Ken. I greatly appreciate that. Really, I do. All right, so let's get to work. We've got a whole bunch of stuff here to do, and we don't have a lot of time to do it. So first things first, we're going to hook up to our liquid tanker. We're going to move some of the slurry into the production point. We've got quite a bit kind of squirreled away as well. So let's go ahead and bam. Jonah with the $2 super chat. Jonah, thank you so very, very much. Greatly appreciate that. Said, like this comment if you love watching BDD. Love it. Thank you so very, very much. Genuinely, I greatly appreciate all the love that this community has brought to this channel, that has brought to me personally. Thank you all so very much. Is it loading on this side or on the front side there? I don't remember. It's got to be on the front. Of course it's on the front. There it is. Nope. Let's see. How much? I might as well just slam this thing full. Or at least as full as it can get. But now, let's see. Manure and slurry. So we're going to turn that one on. So now that's going to start making all sorts of fertilizer. That's going to get that rocking and rolling. But we're going to load as much as we possibly can into that production point because we've got tons of let's see, come on, there we go. Oh wow, have over 100,000 liters of slurry in here. Oh, come on. Oh wow, that's not even a little bit. That's like a drop in the bucket. almost literally. There we go. Let's go ahead and come on. There it is. Another 20,000 here. So we're definitely going to be able to fill this production point up. More than enough. So yeah, once this all gets filled up, then we need to start setting our sights on other things around the farm. We need to get some chicken feed. I don't think I have anything that I can feed my chickens at this point in time. We're definitely going to have to do some contracts to be able to get some wheat, barley, sorghum, something that they can utilize. I think stupidly, if I might be able to pull this out of the production because I got sorghum, I got barley. Am I even producing anything here? Let's see, corn. I have corn. Barley, I have barley. I don't have canola. I've got plenty of potatoes, plenty of sugar beets. So what about this? Sorghum I have. Wheat I have some. Sunflowers I have none. So both recipes are off the table. So that's fine. That's fine. Let's see. There we go. Let's see. Rambo says, Giants may have messed up on that buying and selling screen, LOL. I mean, yeah, it's one of those where I always, I've been playing this game since it came out the day of release. And I still get that backwards. To this day, I still just like, oh, hey, this is a place where I can sell it at. Nope. Let's see. How are we doing on this? Whoops. So it looks like about 100,000 liters is what this will take. So, I mean, yeah, we're definitely going to be able to fill this up. This is not going to be, you know, not going to be, and we're going to have slurry left over when everything's said and done. Let's see. 71,000. Let's see. So if we get what, about 1.5 more loads? Yeah, about 1.5. What is slurry going for around here? Can we sell that anywhere? We can. Oh yeah, we got. Oh, no way, no way. We've got so much room for slurry that we might as well just hang on to it and then sell it as fertilizer. I mean, one of these days. I mean, to Rambo's point there, I ought to install a sell point somewhere to be able to sell off fertilizer. I really should. Maybe. Hold on. No, hold on. Productions, sell points. Oh, that's a farm productions. I don't care about that. Can fertilizer be sold here at the agricultural fair? It's $25,000 to install this, but if I have a place where I could put this, that might be kind of a cool little addition to the map, and then I'd have the ability to sell off the fertilizer right up front, and then I can just start really raking in cash like big time, because now that we've got all the cows, all the pigs and whatnot, we're producing a good amount of manure, a really good amount of slurry. I mean, really, there's no reason that we shouldn't be trying to sell this stuff off and just making cash, cold hard cash for it. Oh man, I'm trying to think, is there a good spot I could put it though? That might be, oh, and easy there, big boy. Oh, and I think yep, I'm completely full. So I cannot dump this back into those storage holds, can I? I think it's a one-way ticket there, isn't it? Oh yeah, that is a one-way ticket. Oh well. So that means I've got to sell these. There's nowhere I can use them. I guess I'll just drive over to the biogas plant and I guess I'll sell it off there. Let's see. Let's go down. We'll have the worker take us to the biogas. Let's see. There. There we go. And now I'll catch up with the chat. We've got... Where was I? Will says, I sent a lot of screenshots of BDD on my new build on Iowa Plains View. My save on Alma, Missouri broke. Oh, yeah, no, that was a big bummer, bud. Yeah, but just as we expect, Will T Gaming's got a really good setup, as he tends to do. So, he also says, I'm playing on Call of Duty. Very nice. Like I said, breaking that up right before the game releases is just, one, going to make the game, when FS25 comes out, just that much sweeter. You're not going to be kind of inundated with Farming Simulator. And, you know, kind of breaking it up like that is going to be good to go. Luke says, that's a bummer, Will. Will says, why is that, Luke? I presume he's saying because your Alma broke. Your Alma, Missouri broke. Jonas says, with a $2 super chat, again, thank you, Jonas, says, like the comment if you love watching BDD. Greatly appreciate it. We got Luke says, because you're almost safe. Yep. Then we got Will says, tried my hardest to help BDD with some news and mods. Absolutely. And like I said, go check out Will T's Gaming Facebook page. He's got a really good page there set up to where he gives out all the notifications, all the stuff that you need to know for Farming Simulator. And on top of that, he reaches out to me personally. He's like, hey, you know, map updates have released, new maps have dropped, you know, all this stuff. So it helps out a ton, especially, like I said, I've been swamped here lately with work. So he's come in clutch. Let's see. We've got, where was it? Rambo says, Wilty Gaming sent you a lot of pics of my medium-sized farm on Alma. It's more focused on arable crops, though. Rambo says, still working on a big farm build on Loma. It is up to the size of a normal map. Wow. That's awesome. I can't, yeah. So Rambo sent a bunch of pics. Those are going to be shown off here later in the stream. And let's see, Will sent in a bunch of pics. I've got a bunch of pics from Reaver Time Todd. So we're going to have a lot of stuff to cover when that time comes. Now, I think the input is over here, maybe? Liquid input. Aha! Stop. There we go. Ooh, ka-ching. $713. I can retire early. Look at me go. Oh my goodness. Anyways. Where was I? Let's see. Will says, yeah, Luke, it broke me. My new farm build looks way better. I agree. I can concur. Based on the photos that I've gotten up to this point, looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Nathan, how's it going? Like your video and your farm. Nathan, thank you so much. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Let's see. Let's go ahead and scoot back to the farm. We've got Rambo says, having a game save break is so painful. I've almost rage quit a few times from game saves breaking. Oh, it is the absolute worst. It is the worst feeling. And not only that, but there's so many different things it could be. It could be something as major as the game itself just kind of like dying out kind of thing. It could be something as silly as a mod that you just downloaded but forgot that you downloaded. Is conflicting with the game itself or the map itself, and therefore now all of a sudden you're not able to load into it, and you're having to like I've especially when I was first getting used to Farming Simulator and playing on FS19, I had mods that conflicted with things several times, and I didn't know what happened. I was kind of still new to things, so when I was trying to load into the game, I was like, oh wow, is the game broken? And I went as far as deleting the entire game and reloading the game. I mean, that's how, like, inexperienced I was. I had no idea there was anything such as a mod conflict. I was clueless on that. And then all of a sudden people are like, oh, yeah, no, you can check your mods and see if it's, clashing with such and such. And, sure enough, I'd uninstall the mods and it would stop being hung up, or it'd stop crashing, doing whatever, and it's like nothing ever happened. And it was just like, oh my goodness. So it's with that in mind, anytime I see somebody like leave a comment on the channel or anything like that, it's like, oh no, I can't get this map to load. I can't do this. I can't do that. The first thing was like, check out and see if you have mod conflict. Uninstall, or not uninstall, but uncheck everything and see if you can load into it just base map with no mods, no anything installed, and go from there. If you're able to load into it, then there's a mod that's hanging you up. And I can't tell you the number of times I got people, it's like, oh, that's exactly what happened. I was able to load into it and it worked perfectly. Like, somebody messaged me today, and I'm sorry that I don't remember your name. But they ended up messaging me and says, one of the new maps, I think it might have been Rancho Fundo, basically all the fields, all of them, were empty. Nothing was planted except grass in every single field. And the only field that had anything other than grass was one of your main fields, your main starting fields, and it had soybeans. That was it. I was like, oof. I've never heard of a mod doing anything along those lines to conflict to that degree, but try uninstalling or not unchecking mods, and maybe there's a conflict. That's kind of a new one by me, but yep, check it out. Maybe that's what's going on. And I haven't heard back from them yet, so I'm kind of curious. Let's see. Let's get some wheat. Gonna have to buy some. Get about 15. There we go. Look at that. It looks like a little drop in the bucket in this trailer. That is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Oh, I tell you what, this map looks so good. The only thing I wish that this map did is in the animal dealer right here. I wish it had animals in here, like actual like live animals. That would have been such a great detail. I always, whenever I'm doing tours and stuff like that, if I see a map where there are live animals at the animal dealership, I always like hold those maps in high regards. I think there's only one example I can think off the top of my head where I was like so displeased with how the map was that even the fact that animals were at the animal dealer couldn't save that map, in my opinion. I don't remember which map it was or anything like that, but it was just one of those, like, I was so heartbroken by like all these different things about the map that it was like, no, live animals at the animal dealer isn't going to save this one. But now, hopefully, FS25 looks like maybe that's going to be a standard thing. Maybe there's always going to be animals at the animal dealer. Maybe. That would be amazing if that was the case, because I cannot tell you just how alive that really makes a map feel is when you're going to the animal dealer and all of a sudden you're seeing, you know, cows wandering around and sheep and pigs and all that stuff. Like, you seeing all that stuff kind of there in the hustle and bustle of it makes the map come alive. And it's like every step that we take towards that goal makes that map really kind of feel special. And you figure it was really like FS22 where we really got the traffic and the pedestrian splines that really kind of made things kind of really start coming together and start making things really feel alive, like a map really coming alive. For the most part. I mean, there's still obvious exceptions and stuff, but let's see. Let's back that up here. Let's see what gear. I think it only takes like 5,000 liters. Yeah. A little bit more than 5. Like 7,000. Let's go ahead and just dump this in here. All right. Let's see. Will says, Rainbow Hacker Gaming, this is that is awesome. My build on Alma, Missouri had 6,100 head of dairy cow. Yeah, 100%. It was massive farm build. Luke says, that is a lot of cattle. Oh yeah. Jonah says, I'm going on a trip this month to Boston, Massachusetts. Ooh, what you gonna be doing up there, bud? Let's see. Oh, to go see trains and going 150 miles an... Wow. That's fast. That is booking it. Let's see. We got... There it is. Luke says, how much hay did you have ready to harvest Wait. How much hay did you have to harvest yearly? I don't know how to answer that question. Oh, are you okay? You're asking Will T Gaming. Gotcha. I understand. Will says on my new build I have 4,000 head of cattle. Will says a lot. Yeah. So basically, Will had to extend out his months, the number of days in his months, to the largest amount available. He basically had to make it to where you did 30-day months, because if it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have been able to get all this work done, to be able to feed the animals and do all that. So he, out of necessity, made it to where the calendar was far larger than what it, you know, what normal players will play. Like, I play on 1-day months. There's occasions when I'll do like 2-day months or 3-day months kind of thing, where I'll extend it out just slightly. But I don't think I could ever justify playing on, you know, what is it, 28-day months or 30-day months, whatever the longest period of time is. I could not do it, because I'd be spending most of my time just going to the sleep trigger and just, okay, skip. Okay, skip. Okay, skip. Oh, hey, a contract. Do the contract. Skip. That's what I feel like I'd be doing. I would feel like I'd be spending more time doing nothing than doing something. Let's see. Will also says took the money from Alma, Missouri, and put it into Iowa Plains View. Luke says so the same amount of money, just a different map. Correct, Luke. Luke says all I play is FS. Okay, nothing. Hey, you know what? Absolutely nothing wrong with that. And for the longest time, I was the same exact way. For the longest time, I've played nothing but Farming Simulator. I only here recently have I started playing other games. I was starting off playing the Humans Fall Flat, did a series on that. Started playing Grounded, which I tell you what, that is one of the most exciting and frustrating games at the same time. If you haven't seen any of the series, go check it out, because it's a lot of fun. The series has been a lot of fun to do, but it's just one of those where you really have to be paying attention to what you're doing. And all the different things are available to you. Basically think of, if you haven't heard of Grounded, basically think of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. That's essentially what the game is, and you basically got it. And it's a ton of fun. You're basically in the backyard of some mad scientist fighting off ants and weevils and spiders and all this stuff, and you're just trying to survive. It's really nuts, but it's a ton of fun. Let's see. Rambo says, my cattle farm on Loma I'm building. I use expandable pastures and put in a huge 1,000-cow pasture out back of a custom edit I did on a MA7 cow pen that is on a gentle slope with a couple of ponds. Wow, that sounds beautiful. That sounds awesome. I can't wait to see that. Will says, the map maker that commented on your video was Marv. That's it. Marv and Man7 Studios. Yes. So 100%. Those were the two map makers that commented, and they were both happy to make your top 10 there. I did get one comment, and I laughed. All it was is, who's Will T Gaming? Oh, just you wait. I'm commenting back. Oh, and all I have to do is read one comment down, and there it is. Someone commented and asked, who is Will T Gaming? Oh, my goodness. Will says, my new farm build stinks, lol, JK. Bradford says, 713 is grocery money. Yeah. I mean, maybe not in our current economy. Maybe that's like a down payment for groceries. Anyways, Will says there is a video on my YouTube channel that shows my building and building a farm. Rambo says that is caused by the Start in Spring mod. Oh, okay. Will says, what is your wife's reaction to me gifting you a PC and the collector's? Dude, she was blown away. She was blown away. The first thing out of her mouth is like, you have to like. You have to find out when his birthday is and get their address to be able to send him something. You know that, right? It's like, you don't think I didn't think of that already? Rambo says, all the grass fields in this is a side effect of the spring. Oh, I see what you're saying. So it is a mod conflict, technically. Rambo says, on some maps, let's see. It looks like all the map in FS25 will have animals at the animal dealers. Yes, so that's what I'm hoping for. Fingers crossed. Exactly. Fingers crossed. That would be an amazing addition. So now, I think we got everything that we needed done. We got everything loaded in. Let's just double check something real fast. So that's chugging along. We already have, 1,500 liters of solid fertilizer. That's awesome. We got plenty of seeds, plenty of lime. Got tons of manure. Let's see. That's empty. I forgot. That is empty. I could get money for that. Let's go ahead and do that. Did I? No, I didn't. There it is. And yeah, let's get that back. There we go. 59,000 is nothing to sneeze at. So that's cool. That's all empty. We got the two productions. Let me think. Is there any other productions that I can make? Nope. Doesn't look like it. Okay. So that should be good. At this point, yeah, let's go ahead and skip ahead. We're going to get to work. So we got $327,000. Do I have a seeder? Do I even have a seeder? Oh, really? That's for sale. What do I have horsepower-wise? 295, 250 to... I might buy that. Extensions. Let's see. That's liquid fertilizer. That's solid fertilizer. Let's keep solid fertilizer. Valtra, Massey, Fent. Valtra, Massey, Fent. I guess it doesn't really matter. Why, let's go with Massey. What? No, we're in Carpathian Countryside. Nah, let's go with Valtra. Why not? Yeah, let's go with Valtra. Oh, you know what? That's before I buy. Let's just make sure I don't have a seeder or a planter, because that'd be my luck. I don't think I do. Nope. Looks good. What is this one? This is 11 meters wide. Yeah. I think we're gonna be. We're gonna do this. Oh yeah. All right, now we're gonna sleep. We could bring it in, but I'm not going to bother doing that right now. Let's go ahead and sleep through the night. Get to the next day. Let's see, is it this room? Was it this room? There it is. Yeah, let's go to 8 o'clock. There we go. Let's see. Okay. Oops. Forgot to turn the camera back off. There we go. Wait a minute. Loan payments? I have a loan? Oh, I have a loan. Well, let's go ahead and repay that. All right, well, I forgot about the loan. All right, one thing I want to do just real quick. Let's see, we're here. I think it's what, that way? This way. We should have regrowing grass down at that new field that we just, got all gussied up and put away. So hopefully, when I go down there, yes, right here, Oh yeah, look at that. That's looking. Wait, what? What? Why? What's going on? What happened there? Oh my goodness. What? Look at all these spots. What happened? Well, I guess we're going to put in some effort over here real quick. Rambo says, I think you missed a spot or two, or three. Yeah, looks like there's quite a few spots that I missed, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm glad I came over here to look. Holy smokes! All right, well, let's go. Wait, what? Oh, boop, boop, boop. Anyways. Let's go grab our tractor. Let's go grab our new planter, which is going to be also a seeder. Oh, I love that that planter. That thing works perfectly. Plants all the stuff. I think with the exception of potatoes, I think it's the only thing it doesn't plant. And we have a tractor that's more than powerful enough to handle it. All right, so we're going to boogie. We're going to boogie out towards the shop there. We're going to pick it up, bring it back over here. We're going to fill it up with seeds. We're going to fill it up with fertilizer. And then we're going to go over, we're going to plant the missing grass portions, because that's just going to drive me absolutely nuts. I don't think I'm going to have to, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't think I have to cultivate or anything like that. I think that it's a direct drill, so it's just going to go ahead and just like re-put it down, essentially, like replant those bare spots. It might make a little bit bigger of a bare spot, but after a month, it's going to grow back in. It's not going to be the end of the world. So it is what it is. It might put me behind a month that I was planning on being able to utilize that field, in which I might, well, maybe I'll let most of the field grow up to stage 2, and those bare spots will grow to stage 1. I'll mow everything down and then kind of let it reset at that point. Maybe that'll be a good way to kind of go about it. Oh, and you know, I bet you we got some grass contracts too that are available to us now. Oh, let's go ahead and stop here. Oh, fertilizing. Well, we'll go ahead and take that, because we should now have some decent fertilizer on hand. Nope. Let's go the right way. Oh, yeah. 60,000 liters. 60,000 liters of fertilizer. Gotta love it. You know what? I'm still kicking around. Oh. We might need a wait. Oh, yeah. I think we might need a wait. Let's invest. Wait. Oh, no. Yeah, I didn't think we had a wait. It's the only bugger about doing multiple series over, a span of several days, throughout a week, is you always forget, like, what all you have on hand. Ooh, you know what? We could do this, and then we don't lose our 3-point link. Except let's do that. No. Yeah, why not? Oh, hey, it's over there. Let's go ahead. Oh, there's a thing there. I forgot that was there. Oh, think thin, think thin. There we go. Yes. Okay. I mean, that's... that weight might not be enough. Hold on, let's see. That weight might not be enough. Anyways, we'll give it a try. We'll give it a whirl. And worst case, we'll have to, swap it out for something else. Let's get this back to the farm. Wow, this thing's huge. I guess I never realized just how big this planter is. Alright, let's get this over. Get filled up. Oh, you can open the stages. I always forget about these things. I don't use this one that often. It's pretty rare that I use this one. So now I'm actually kind of excited that I get to use this. And I get to use it for like half price, so that's even better. Let's see. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see. I'm pretty sure this was a direct drill. I'm almost positive this is a direct drill. Yeah. Yep, direct drill. Perfect. Perfect. And took out another sign. Here's your sign. right, so let's go. We'll take what we need to take out of here. And go. Perfect. Haha. There we go. 5,000 liters of seeds, 5,000 liters of fertilizer. Love it. All right, so there's grass, corn, sunflowers, sugar beets, cotton. Oh, I love it. Love it. All right, so let's go to grass. Let's see. Yeah, so we got grass, so we'll go ahead and we'll plant this in those barren spots. It looks like that's starting to grow, so that's good. Let's see. If I remember correctly, I'm going to try and make my way over to it without actually bringing up the map. I'm going to try. I should know how to get there by now. I've been on this map long enough that, you know, I hope my senses don't fail me now. So go here, and here we'll make a left. There we go. All right. So far, so good. I know it's like over there. That's what I know. It's that way, that way, that way, that way. Let's see. The missus is messaging me at the moment saying that it is time to put the baby down. So, we're going to boogie over there, and as soon as we get there, we're going to cut out to the be right back screen, and then we'll go ahead and show off all the screenshots. Like I said, we got quite a few to show off. We got several videos to show off. I think 3 in total. Oh dear, I'm not turning. Let's see what else. And then, yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Okay. So if the weight in the front is not strong enough, it's not heavy enough. Oh my goodness. We need a bigger weight. We need a bigger weight. That is gonna have to happen. Let's see. I think, if I remember right, it's over here. Let's see. Come out here. Oh, no, 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 no. Come on, come on. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. And then there it is. I found it. Look at me go. I did it. I did a thing. Okay. All right. So like I said, we're going to get over here. We're going to park. I'm going to turn the chat on, or I'm going to click that sign. You know what? Bill me. Oh my goodness. We'll turn on the BRB, and then I'll be right back, and we'll do everything I said. So let's go ahead. Come on, we're struggling. We're struggling. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Come on, Kloss, I have faith in you. Yeah, there we go. Oh my goodness, look at that. How did we miss all this? Anyways, all right. Like I said, I will go ahead and be right back. Got to go put the kid down. We'll see you in a little bit. Okay. All right, now we're getting somewhere. So sorry about that. I don't know what just happened there. Yes. Okay, we should have sound now. Sorry about that. Yeah, it took a little bit longer than expected. The little one, for some reason, did not want to go down. So I think she just needed a little bit of extra bottle before going to sleep. So should be good to go. Let's see. Let me catch up with the chat just real fast. We got Jonah says, I'm mowing grass right now for no reason. There's always a reason to mow grass. Always reason. Luke says, like 31 episodes. Catch up in the second mowing. Like 31 episodes. Okay, I'm with you. Luke also says, moving pallets of honey. Nice. Rusty Money is live. Oh, very nice. Rambo says, I just finished up mowing, baling, wrapping, and now loading up square bales while watching. Very nice. Rambo also says, sort of take a break from FS22 next week to get ready for FS25, so getting all my playtime in now. Nice, nice, nice. Reaver says sound, BTR, there you go, and there's Jonah says there you go, and Reaver says NyQuil. She's 5 months old. She's 5 months old. There's no. NyQuil, a 5-month-old. I don't know too many doctors that would recommend that. But let's go ahead and let's see, do all of our shout outs real quick. So go ahead and show this screen here, and on the other screen I need to bring up, let's see, oops, need to bring up this. All right, so I want to give a shout out to all the Tier 2 and Tier 3 channel members. Starting with the Tier 3s, we've got Philippa Thompson, Luke Bernie King, Ken Adlam, Pipe and Paul, Will T Gaming, also known as the FS Encyclopedia, and Rail Fanning Jonah. Thank all of you so very, very much. I greatly appreciate every single one of you for being Tier 3 members. We also have for our Tier 2 members, which is a list that is just growing and growing and growing. Whew, let's brace yourselves. Mark K, Tad Wernberg, Jason M, Digital Frost, Sofa Bondin, wow, Sofa Bondin, Shaggy Sand Gaming, Jonathan Smith, That's Me 210, Bimmy, Brady Rimmer Productions, Your Worst Nightmare, Quantum, Skellington, Calypso, MJW, Iceman 18, K-Man 1980, Mason, Romeo, Old Man Gaming 5150, Michael Grassi, Wesley Sneed, Brian Letwinuk, Johnny H, Toma Zero, Martin Onsholm, I think that is, Lafinator 23, Frank Jones, Bear JB 78, Sevdo Me, Frank Berger, Sherry Downs, Kirk Winbank, Josu Dalua, I am terrible with names and I apologize, Kim Leese, Cool Sam 19, Hyper 138, Ugur Sahin, Smoking Coin, Farmer Willie B, Joel G, Dave Margie, Albert Model Garage, Cadurco, yes, CS Benji 2020, JM, Nicola Reed, Wrench Monkey, Demon Lord, Tim Paquette, Tuck Vortex, Reaver Time Todd, Farming with Outlaw AG, Tommy Mossberg, Doobie Gaming, Patrick True Love, Rambo Hacker Gaming, and Noel, I think that's Noel Cole. All of them are Tier 2 channel members. Whew. Okay, take a breath. Thank you all so very much for being Tier 2 channel members. And if you are interested in becoming a Tier 2 channel member, go ahead and check out the link in the description below or the join button here below or on the main channel page. There you will get the selections of choosing one of 3 tiers. First tier for 99 cents a month gives you early access to edited content such as channel shorts, as well as the Let's Play series, as well as custom badges, custom emojis, and Yeah, and new emojis are coming out every single day, it seems like, especially when we get an influx of 50 members thanks to Rail Fanning Jonah. So again, thank you very, very much. You also could get tier 2, so everything we just mentioned before, plus a shout out every single live stream like what you just heard here, as well as no, that's it, extra shout out. All that for $4.99 a month. Sorry, I'm still kind of reeling from putting the little one down. And tier 3 channel members, they get everything mentioned before, plus they get a custom discount code to the channel merch store, as well as the opportunity to be able to join me here live on stream. That starts at $9.99 a month. So again, thank all the channel members. Thank you all so very, very much. Greatly appreciate every single one of you. Also want to give a huge shout out to everybody who is just subscribed to the channel and just everything that everybody does around here. This is an amazing community, and I greatly appreciate every single one of you. Also want to go ahead and show off, let's bring this back up. Let's show off some of the channel merch. So we've got a whole bunch of stuff there at the merch shop there at bddgaming.creator/spring.com. And you can see several people who have already purchased some of that merch. We've got Will T Gaming, Peppa, we've got Rail Fanning Jonah right there, all sorts of stuff. We got mugs, we got shirts, we got hats, we got all sorts of stuff there. Whatever your heart desires, it's likely there, and it's got some pretty cool stuff there. So go ahead and check it out. Let's see. After that, let's go ahead and give a shout out to the P.O. Box. If you're interested in sending anything to the channel, go ahead and send it to P.O. Box 6136 Hudson, Florida 34674. The only thing I ask is that if you send anything to the channel, please, oh please, oh please, include who you are that sent it, because I want to be able to give a huge shout out here on the channel, as well as a big thank you for sending me anything. So greatly appreciate it very much. Let's go back to this here. Nope, this one here. Let's see. We've got the Forge, TCG Forge. How's it going, brother? How you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. It says, we got the face cam going. Yes, we do. We got us a face cam. Thanks to Rail Fanning Jonah with the huge 50-member donation several streams ago. We were able to go out and get us a really nice Logitech webcam. So yes, amazing. And then Jonah with all the custom badges and emojis there. Oh no, I'm sorry, not badges, custom emojis that is available right now here for the channel. And if we keep going, we can keep getting more and more emojis as time goes on. It's going great, going fantastic for the channel right now. So let's go ahead and now show off some screenshots. Let's go ahead and open this one up. Let's see. So, oops, and I just realized that the merch is still running. Let's go ahead and turn that off. Let's see. Gotta find the first person. Here we go. We got Will T Gaming. Let's go ahead and... oh, we gotta unlock that. And... there we go. Perfect. So yeah, we got a whole bunch of stuff for Will T Gaming here on his new farm there on Iowa Plains View, and it is looking fantastic. So we're gonna just let this go ahead and play on through, because yeah, this is looking good, Will. I tell you what, Will has that eye that just is able to be able to just know what looks good and what doesn't look good. So yeah, he's doing an amazing job there. He had an amazing build on Alma, Missouri. Now it's set his sights on Iowa Plains View. And honestly, both maps are amazing, both of which are by Celebuki. The Iowa Plains View, I did a series on quite some time ago, and this is kind of bringing up some remembrances from when I did my series on it. So yeah, looking really sharp there, Will. Let's see, got inside of a barn right there. That's looking really cool. And I tell you what, Will, you either go big or you go home. And Will, I don't think up to this point has ever gone home. So just throwing that one out there. Oh, look at that. Let's see, we've got a couple of big, looks like a couple of cow barns right there. Got some storage. looking really sharp. Oh, got some more cow barns there, it looks like. Wow. Yeah, like I said, it's just, Will has just got that eye. He knows, one, how to line up the camera to make it look good. It's kind of like the, what do they call it? Framing, I think is what they call it. When you're like getting ready to take photos and all that stuff. He knows how to lay it out. But then on top of that, he knows how to be able to lay out the actual barns and buildings, not only to make them functional, but to make them actually like aesthetically pleasing and be able to be both form and function. Let's see. So I think we made it through the roll. Let's see. Rainbow Hacker says, Iowa Plains View was an awesome map and has a special place for me. It was my first map I started my channel with. Oh, very nice, Rambo. That's a good pick right there. Iowa Plains View, like I said, I did a series on it. I absolutely loved it. And Celebuki, I mean, just plain and simple makes some amazing maps. I mean, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, he just made the new one here recently for the, what is it, Bosnia. I forget what the Vashish. I can't remember how or, yeah. But it just looks stunning. Absolutely. So it's honestly one of the more visually appealing maps that he has made. But it is also just kind of like that general Celebuki flavor where it's got, you know, a little bit of something else, like with the productions, all that stuff, that just really makes it kind of special. Let's see. Where was I? Ken says, great shots there, Will. Rambo says, that farm looks massive. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like I said, Will goes big or goes home, and I've yet to see him go home. Rambo also says, Vlash Bosnia, yes. Will says, it took me 8 hours to build. I could see that. I could absolutely see that. Rambo says, or something, LOL. Jonah says, Florida train going by. Very nice. All right, and we are back at the beginning. We're starting to loop through. Let's see. Let's find the next individual here. Let's see. Who is... There we go. Rambo Hacker Gaming. We have got some screenshots from you. Thank you for sending these in, by the way, and these are looking very, very sharp, by the way. Uh-oh. Jonah. What are you doing? Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Rambo, these are looking really sharp there, bud. Thank you again for sending these in. Looks like we got a bit of a farm build going. And I love that little background photo right there. You can see the Rambo Hacker Gaming logo that was actually on the sign there. That's just like the next level of stuff. That is hilarious. Oh my goodness. We got Jonah being a funny guy. Oh, and Bradford's joining him. Let's see. Ken says, bet Will bought the whole map. You know what? It wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't shock me in the slightest. Nothing. Some reason there, Jonah, I can't say is I believe you. I don't know. It just seems like something's fishy here. What is the saying? Something rotten in the state of Denmark? Uh-oh. Bradford. Oh, man. Rambo, thank you so very much. These look really, really good. Really sharp. And this one I really love because, again, this has that aesthetic appeal to it where the framing of the photo, like through the trees and through, like, over the pond was just, like, top notch. Really like that one. Again, this one looks good. If I remember right, this is Alma, Missouri. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure this was Alma. Uh-oh. Let's see, and I think we have, yes, we have made it through to the other side. So now we are on Reaver Time Todd. Reaver, thank you so much for sending these in. These are on his Dredge Creek, Alaska build, and getting ready to do some dredging. And yeah, as you can see, he's got a pretty interesting setup here to where he was able to find a whole bunch of material at the bottom of a lake and was able to figure out how to get down to it. This is part of his build there, where he's building a kind of like a market area that he's got going there. So yeah, that's the setup right there. The big lay bear crane with the with the forage attachment on it. Absolutely love it. So again, Reaver, thank you so very, very much for sending those in. And now we've got 3 videos to show off for Reaver. So again, thank you very much for sending these in. This is the first one. We're here on the train. We're going in towards what he built, which was a huge and stunning looking airport. And what you're going to see is, you know, the kind of progression from like kind of early stages, maybe even mid, to like more later and later stages. So it's going to be really, really sharp. So we're taking the train in. Coming up here to the left is going to be kind of the lumber yard and all that stuff. And here, you know what? Let me go ahead and turn off my camera just real fast so you can get a picture of the whole thing here. Oh, let's see. So there is the tower for the airport there, and that is awesome. I love it. Off the left is the lumber yard, and to the right, as he pans out, you can see, check it out. That is a huge runway right there for Dredge Creek, Alaska. That's just looking awesome. So getting ready to pull into the station here. You can see off to the right side of the train, you've got that little step-up deck to where he'll be able to load and unload stuff. He's got the woodworking crane over top of that. And now getting ready to pull in, and we are done with that video. Let's check out the next one. So this one here is coming in for a landing. I love the little simulation into the runway here. And now we're down on the ground, looking really good. You can look off to the right there. You can see just in the distance there is the med flight, which that's really cool. Like, there's just so much detail here at this particular airport. It's just, I think Reaver did an amazing job. Did an absolutely amazing job with this. Got the plane there at the very end of the runway looking to get ready to take off. You got the med flight area. A little ambulance. Like fire rescue. There's the life flight right there. Got the hangar with a few helicopters. I love the life flight helicopter right there at the top of the helipad. Oh, that's so cool. Got another jet getting ready. I don't know, maybe mid takeoff or just kind of sitting there at the end of the runway. More helicopters just kind of perched in. Yeah, looks absolutely fantastic. And you can see, like, from the first video to this video and moving on, moving on, moving on. I love how, like, it was basically just a simulation of what, like, first-person view of the plane would be. And now the last video here. Oh, wait. This is the same video. What happened here? Let me see if I can fix this real quick. There we go. Oh, okay. I didn't link it properly. Let's see. Bradford says, ooh. B-U... I don't know what that's supposed to say. Anyways, Rambo says, yes, also on Alma. Gotcha, gotcha. Jonas says, ooh, I like the train. I figured you would. Rambo says, that is really cool. Yeah, Reaver has been doing some amazing work on Dredge Creek. That's some amazing work. And then Ken says, looks like Will's got some competition, LOL. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is like next level kind of stuff. Now, again, this is all the stuff that you can do with like PCs and stuff. That's what's nuts about this. That's the difference. Oh, but us chickens. Okay, Bradford, thank you. But us chickens. I'm reading, I was like, but us, but, like, oh. I'm terrible at like word searches and, well, actually that's not true because I know what I'm looking for in a word search. But like those ones where you have to like what's the word like you fill in the different words. I'm terrible at the crossword puzzle. That's what I'm thinking of. Will says, imagine me on PC. Oh yeah, no, I'm telling you, I cannot wait to see like your map progress and doing all that stuff. Like this is like the video here is a little bit earlier because you can see a lot of the buildings and stuff are actually missing from the previous video. So kind of I must have got those out of order, but that's fine. You get and understand the gist there. Very, very awesome. Thank you so very. Whoops. Very awesome. Looks fantastic, Reaver. Thank you so much for sending all those in. All right, so we are here at the field. We can continue operation as usual. Let's go ahead and unfold. Look at this behemoth. Love it. Drop that down. Turn. Well, why does it feel like... Oh, it's because I'm on the front. Oof. Slam. Let's see. Maybe something like this. And then that. Now, I think there's a little itty bitty section. Yeah, like right there's a little speck. Probably don't have to do it, but why not? Alright, let's see. Third person here. Oh, yeah, there's a little bit behind me. Oh, yeah, there's a few little spots. Let's go grab those real fast. There we go. Like so. So yeah, here in about 2 months, I'll be able to do one solid mow on this field, and then everything will kind of sync back up and won't even notice like this ever happened. So it stinks that I have to do this, but like I don't even know why. I thought I'd gotten everything, but I must not have. Alright, so now got everything over here. Whoops. Anything over here? I don't think so. Let's stop right here. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like I missed anything else. It looks... yeah. Oh, wait. What are those? What happened? What happened there? Alright, let's hit that real quick. There. Now let's fold this away. Just like so. Perfect. Now, whoops. Now it's time for corn. Let's see. Before I get going, Reaver says, "You're welcome, BRB." All right, Reaver, we'll see you when you get back. So let's see. What is... all right, so 16. That's the one we're going to... whoops. Definitely going to have to figure something out with this weight, because it's just not heavy enough to keep me from getting too out of control. Alright, so we'll start with 16. We'll then move on to... ooh, why? Why is that shimmying? Okay, so if we go over here, go up to the... oh, what is going on? Uh-oh. I hear the baby freaking out. Let me go figure out what's going on there. Give me a few seconds. I'll be right back. Okay, so sorry about that. I think the little one's having a little bit of difficulty going down tonight, so I think... Let's see. Anyways, yeah, she's having a little bit of difficulty going down tonight, but I think my wife's got it all under control. I know she does. She's an amazing woman. Let's get back to this here. So, heading up to field 16 first, then 4, then 3. We're going to get all these planted with corn. Then we'll probably have to roll them out. Let's see. Do I have a roller yet? I don't think I do. No, I don't. All right. So, let me see if I round the... Oh, dear. Oh, this is going to be... Oh, think thin, think thin. Yes. Oof. All right. We made it. We made it. Let's go. All right. So if we go up to 16, get that up and running, if we can get the worker on it, I'll go ahead and grab the equipment over at the shop, take that down to 20, get that all put out. Let's see. This isn't one that needs... Oh, this one does have the power poles in it. Okay, this is the one. So, undo this. Alright, there we go. I tell you what, when that air drill kicks in, oh, it just sounds so good. That kind of gentle whirling noise. That's also why I love this particular planter, is that not only does it plant just about everything, but it has a ton of space for seeds and for fertilizer. 5,000 liters of each product. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Let's back this up just a bit. Don't need the map anymore. Alright, I think, what do you think about maybe 2 passes? Maybe? Going around? We'll set the worker up after that. Oh yeah. Planting some corn. Oops, 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 oops. Go to take a drink and start veering off the road. Alright, so after, let me think. After this, I don't think there's much else to do around the farm per se, outside of just keeping up with like contracts and stuff like that. So it's one of those where we're going to be, for the most part, in kind of a holding pattern until the grass is fully matured, until the corn is matured, and just kind of going from there. I think that's kind of the steps where we're at the moment. But yeah, oh man, I love it. I love that we're finally back to planting. We're finally back into this portion. And I know we were talking, several episodes ago, or not episodes, but several streams ago, about being able to maybe plant some cotton or something like that in these. But it was just one of those where, I don't know, I guess I got cold feet at the end of the day. Because cotton is just such an expensive product for you to be able to get into. That, yeah, at several points on this I had the money to be able to do things and stuff, but it was just one of those where the output, the amount of money I was going to get back from that, I wasn't sure if it was going to be able to kind of justify the initial investments with as little time as we have left in this particular series, because the unfortunate truth is that as soon as FS25 releases, This series is pretty much done, and the Dredge Creek, Alaska is done. It's not even pretty much. They're both going to be done. So it's one of those where we're going to be picking up and moving to FS25, and that's when all the things are going to start happening. That's where we're going to start doing a bunch of how-to videos, trying to learn any kind of new things. I mean, we're going to be doing a bunch of stuff. We're going to be doing the how-tos. We're going to be doing, let's see, going to be doing like the Let's Play series. We're going to be doing live streaming. We're going to be doing a whole bunch of stuff, especially that first week. That first week where we get our hands on it. I took the entire week off, so I plan on, you know, really hitting it hard to be able to get as much content out there as possible. And as I've mentioned before, I've got it in the works where I'll be able to join other players out there. I'll be able to join people like Will T Gaming and several others, especially very early on when mod conflicts and clashes is not really going to be relevant. You know, that was a lot of the reasons why I've been unable to join a lot of other players up until this point, outside of not having time to join and be able to maintain a consistent schedule with this. But the biggest reason is that all the mods and stuff that I have installed onto my machine, you know, trying to get that kind of synchronization of my mods with somebody else's mods and all that stuff, it just was way too much. So at the end of the day, it just kind of put the nix to everything, and not gonna have to worry about that for early stages of FS25. That's kind of the cool thing, is you're not gonna have to worry about everybody, you know, having the same mods as you. Let's see, we've got, where was I? Will says my game is on multiplayer if anybody wants to join. Very nice. Cross stream on release day, 100%. Rambo says I'm taking that week off as well to stream and play it. Yeah, I mean, so my job probably hates me right now. So my boss, I've got a really awesome boss. He is a really cool dude. But I ended up telling him, it's like, hey, you know, over the next, you know, 2 weeks, I want, you know, quite a bit of time off. He's like, oh, really? What all you doing? And it's like, oh, well, you know, Wednesday I'm going to be taking off. This following Wednesday, I'm going to be taking off to recuperate. After Wednesday, there's Friday. I'm going to be taking off, and that's my birthday. So a week from today is my birthday, so looking forward to that. And then the following Tuesday, I'm taking the week off. So, needless to say, I've got quite a bit going on over the next 2 weeks. So, it's gonna be interesting. But yeah, like I said, a whole bunch of stuff that I want to be able to do when the game comes out. Not only get on there and hang out with as many people as I possibly can during that time, but be able to put out as much content as I possibly can, because it's it's a brand new game. It's brand new. You figure this game's been around for what, 3 years now almost, and I mean, don't get me wrong, I absolutely adore FS22. This game has just been an absolute riot from start to finish, but I'm ready. I'm ready for a new game. I'm ready for, you know, being able to see all the new stuff that we get. Like, I see, like, we're seeding here in this, or we're planting here in this particular field, but I mean, I would love to be able to see, like, the ground deforming under my tires and creating the furrows and whatnot when I plow. Whoops, what happened there? Stopped unexpectedly. Why did that happen? Okay. Alright. Whew. I was worried there for a second, like the worker wasn't going to work or something. It's like, No, I'm pretty sure I've used a worker with this before. I'm pretty certain of this. But Rambo says, yep, perfect time to stream with other people. Oh, yeah. Well, and that's it. It is like, you don't have to worry about mods. You don't have to worry about conflicts and stuff like that. You don't have to sit there and synchronize. The only thing you got to worry about is time. That's it. So it's perfect timing to do that. I mean, that's Will T and I, we tried to get together for FS22, and when we did, our mods were just so completely different that when I tried to sync up with his mods, I was over on space. When he tried to sync up with my mods, he was over on space. So it was just, and I had so many series at that point going on that I couldn't delete my mods to try and join, kind of thing, because then I would have had to have like really kind of gone back and forth with trying to synchronize, his mods and my mods, and it just would have been an absolute nightmare. And then trying to re-download the mods I need for the series as I was doing at the time, just wasn't in the cards. But thankfully, not gonna have to worry about that for the beginning stages. Let's see. Rambo also says, I got an awesome boss too, and she lets me take off whenever I want. Plus I get 6.5 paid weeks off a year and still have 2.5 weeks to use up at the end of the year. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I tell you what, big shout out to those awesome bosses out there that really, I don't want to say let their employees get away with anything, but you know what I'm trying to say, that are really understanding that, hey, there's things that come up in our lives that we want to be able to step away from work for and be able to kind of set our sights on for whatever reasons. It doesn't necessarily matter to them, but big shout out to all those good bosses out there. I know there's tons of people out there that don't and aren't as lucky to be able to have good bosses. I mean, perfect example, the same company I work for now had this terrible person. So how do I want to... This guy was by far and away the biggest bully that you'd ever meet in your entire life. And it's like one of those typical kind of short guy syndromes to where he was just overcompensating on every little thing, kind of thing. So at the time, my wife worked not under him, but like a couple people under him. So her boss reported to this guy, and this guy was like the absolute epitome of just terrible people. So he would call up my wife's boss all the time, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning sometimes, and would be like, hey, such and such is happening. I need you to go check this out. I need you to do this. I need you to do that. Like, he would be sleeping, and if he didn't pick up the phone, like, he would come into work the next day seeing that he missed a phone call, and he would get dragged into the guy's office and be screamed at. I mean, at the, like, top of his lungs. People could hear him from across the office. It was that bad. And like I said, this guy was just absolutely terrible. And the worst story about this guy. So I was on an elevator. I was just getting out of the bottom floor, and it turns out that he was in the elevator before I had gotten in there. And there was me, another person, and a woman who was in the elevator with us. And he was just kind of the epitome of did what he want, said what he want, didn't matter. It didn't matter to him. And I forget exactly what it was that he said, but regardless of what it was wildly offensive and severely inappropriate to say inside of an office setting. And the woman that was in there, I'd never met her before, and it's a big company, so it's just I didn't know who she was, but she let out an audible gasp. You could tell that she was either kind of horrified, offended, whatever. It didn't really matter. And as she's sitting there and like kind of collecting herself, he looks at her dead in the face and says, you say anything to anybody, they will believe me far before they believe you, kind of thing. Like, basically just like intimidating her. And I'm like, okay, number one, not cool. So I had actually gotten off on the floor before. So I had actually gone around to try and find this person. Turns out they worked the floor above me in the scheduling department. And like I said, never met this girl. I had gone over to her and was like, hey, I was in the elevator with you. Do you want to, are you looking to go to HR for this? If you are, I'll go there with you. I'll corroborate your story, do whatever. It's up to you. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you're the one who was offended by it, but I'm not going to make a complaint based on your offense. So, she didn't end up doing anything about it. She ended up just kind of writing off kind of thing, but it was like one of those, like, you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to, like, deal with that kind of stuff. And like I said, it was just every little thing. Nothing could be done right for this guy. Absolutely nothing could be good. And every little thing. Eventually, thankfully, he got fired. Thankfully, this guy, like, it wasn't that he got fired because of his his performance and who he was as a person. He got fired because they were downsizing. And of course, him being a higher up, being a big ticket item, they're going to cut the big ticket items first. And thankfully, they let him go. And what's funny is I was friends with my wife's boss at the time. And I never seen somebody like do such like a jump for joy in my entire life as when he found out that he was fired. When he found out this guy was fired, he literally jumped, like probably put LeBron James to shame, with the vertical leap this guy did. It was nuts. But yeah, he was so happy, and I can't blame him. I cannot blame him whatsoever. I couldn't imagine having to work for a guy like that. I mean, that's just nuts. To sit there and to be in complete and utter, like, fear of how your day is going to go on any given day because of some other person is just, that's not the way to go around life, let alone to treat other people, let alone to treat other people that you are supposed to work with and they're supposed to work for you. I mean, I never understood somebody who's going to take that kind of mentality of, I'm going to sit there and browbeat every single person in my orbit because of whatever reason may be. I mean, the people are, not only are you going to have a higher than normal retention rate, which I am the data guru. I run data and run code all the time. That's my job. And I saw it. I saw it in the retention rates all the time. I could see, oh, well, this person, has X amount of quits, and it's only him. It's only this person. And I couldn't tell you the number of times where people would not only quit and leave his department or quit the business, but they would just look for another job in other departments. So they would just kind of, be like, look, I just can't handle this guy anymore. And there was tons of people that would just kind of skirt in and out of other various departments just so they could get away from this guy. That's how bad he was. And I mean, he didn't last long. He wasn't there for like years upon years upon years. But he was there, I would say about one day too long. Should have took about a day to realize just how terrible this person was, and then just gotten him out of there. I don't know how other managers, how other like people at his level were like just kind of, I don't want to say okay with it, because he might have comported himself based on the company he was in, but I don't know. It was just, it was a wild experience. Maybe one of these days I'll get my wife on one of these streams and have her tell some of the stories about this guy, because wow, this guy was absolutely just berserk, just absolutely nuts. Like I said, I never understood that kind of mentality of just treating people poorly just because they work for you. I don't know, maybe it's just who I am. I don't often treat people poorly per se, I mean, you know what? I don't start by treating people for. I can be worked up into a frenzy. I can absolutely get, agitated, just like anybody can. Anybody can get upset. And when I get to that point, it's because somebody put me there. It's you know it's kind of that. I think, what was the comedian's name? Was it Bill Engvall? I think. It's like, you didn't, or I didn't intend to coming out today and be a jerk. I'm cleaning it up because there's quite a bit of cursing. But you pushed my jerk button, is essentially the gist of the joke. And it's like, yeah, but pretty much. Yeah, I don't intend to go out into the world and be a jerk, but, I'm certainly not going to be somebody who shrieks away from, confrontation. If somebody's going to push that button, then I'm going to answer the call. Oh. I just want to get all these little nooks and crannies that can be gotten. There we go. So this is definitely not the field to worry about setting off workers, which is a shame. But I think the next two are more worker friendly, so I'll be able to set them off. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. And boop. Perfect. Let's fold this. Oh, I said fold. Are you gonna fold? Are you gonna do what I ask you to? Oh, there it goes. It's just going slow. All right. So we've got, where was I? Rambo says, a great boss should focus on their employees' work-life balance and promoting good mental and physical health. 100%. 100%. Because if you got a employee that is in a good state of mind, that is able to kind of take care of their things, not only at home, but in their personal life and whatnot, then they're going to be able to dedicate more of themselves to the job and be able to stay focused and not having to worry about every little thing that has come across their desk or in front of their workload kind of thing. They're going to be able to handle the challenges because they're not having to sit there and worry about all these little things that's going on in their day to day. So yeah, if you can, as a boss, if you're able to give your employees just a little bit of, not slack, but just able to understand that, hey, we're all humans and that sometimes human things happen, then it, whoa, easy. It often works out so much better. I know when I was a boss, there was only a few times when I had employees and I had people working under me. There was only a few times when I kind of had to come down and kind of be, hard on the employees. But for the most part, I want to be, kind of relaxed, and it's like, look, as long as you're doing your work, then I'm happy. As long as you're finishing your jobs and hitting your marks, then what do I care if you take an extra day off? As long as you got the PTO banked and all that stuff, and even if you don't necessarily have it banked, if you've got to go into the negatives and our company allows it, then hey, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You're hitting your marks, then great, then perfect. That's all I can ask. And especially if you're an employee that goes above and beyond and are doing more than what you're asked, then that's even better. And oftentimes when I was, managing, oftentimes that's what would happen, is that when you kind of take your foot off the gas and kind of give them a little bit of room to breathe, then oftentimes they're willing to put in that extra work. Now, like I said, there is the flip side of that coin, which doesn't happen often. I do find it happening more and more now that we're in a more remote economy where more employees are remote, and especially in the company that I'm in, we're basically 100% remote, especially since the big Rona. But it's just one of those where you will find people that try and game the system, and because I'm a big data guy, I find these people. That's part of what I do. It's like, oh, well, you were doing X before, and now you're doing significantly worse. What's going on? And leads to remediation, trainings, and all that stuff. And hopefully that kind of teaches, like, hey, we can see what you're doing. You gotta be putting in the effort, just like you were before, kind of thing. And funny story. There was one time where I was in the middle of developing some reports, some tracking reports and whatnot, and it was for our operations team. And as I'm developing this report, one person all of a sudden just like starts sticking out like a sore thumb, and it's like, no, this can't be right. This data cannot be right. And I'm looking, and it's like, no, that's accurate. That's accurate. And this person wasn't like an all-star. This person wasn't like, knocking things out of the park before we went 100% remote. But after we'd gone 100% remote, they went from doing, okay, maybe, to all of a sudden doing maybe 1 or 2 items a day. A day. We're talking about maybe clocking in, making a phone call, clocking out for lunch, coming back in, making another phone call at best, if we're lucky, and then clocking out from the end of the day. It was nuts. And I showed this off to my boss, and it's like, hey, this is something you might want to pass along. It's like I said, it was one of those, because of the reports that I was developing, I was able to see this. And it's like, you might want to pass this along, because he's the head honcho over all of operations, kind of thing. And it's like, he's like, whoa. So he gets a hold of, he brings me into this meeting with the manager of this particular individual, and he's like, I want you to look into this while we're on the call, like, together. Is what David is pulling up, is this accurate? And they're looking. They're like, oh, this, not only is this accurate, it's like this, like there were days where it got even worse than that, where no calls were made. They would clock in, do nothing, clock out for lunch, do nothing after coming back from lunch, and then do nothing for the rest of the day. Like, it was that bad. And I asked my boss, I'm like, separately, because I'm not going to say anything in the call. It's like, how did something like that happen? Like, how is it that I'm only seeing, like, I'm the one bringing this to somebody's attention? How is this not, like, something that they were able to account for before today? And he's like, that's probably something that is going to have to be addressed with the manager. Like, and what he was saying is basically, I'm going to have a talk with the manager and figure out why this was allowed to happen. So, unfortunately, this guy, was let go. And I mean, not unfortunately, they were basically stealing from the company. So it was, they got let go, and yeah, they had nobody to blame but themselves. I mean, at the end of the day, that's so it's one of those that when you get too relaxed, you can have the opposite effect happening, to where people are just kind of, taking advantage of your good nature. But I mean, that's kind of the I find that happens far less often, especially where it's that egregious. And oftentimes most people will be like, yeah, let me go ahead and step it up because I can. and most people have a pretty good head on their shoulders. Most people have a conscience and say, this isn't good. Like what that guy was doing isn't good. Most people recognize that no, that's not good. I shouldn't be, just kind of earning money to do nothing, kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm giving too much credit, but I think most people would be like, no, that's not right. Something about that should be wrong. We'll get through this second kind of pass here, and we'll set the worker off, and I'll catch up with the chat, and then we will get the what is it called? The rented equipment, leased equipment for the contracts, and be able to get that done. Once that's done, we'll have have our sights set on the third field hopefully by that time. Yeah, we're just we're chugging along. We're getting this field done, and we got 1 of 3. Oh my goodness. Oh, sorry about that. Like I said before, it's been a busy week, and I've been up really, really late the past couple of nights. So 2 nights ago, I was up rather late, working on that top 10s list from Wilty Gaming. I will be working on, like I mentioned, I will be working on more top 10s lists. I believe Ken, well, not even I believe, I know Ken is next. Ken Adlam, he has his top 10 list that he sent to me, so I will be working on that. After that, I'll be working on, let's see, the others I have heard confirmations from are Rail Fanning Jonah, Luke Bernie King, and I think that's it for now. I don't think I've heard from anybody else regarding that, but I'm looking forward to it, because what I wanted is the reason I kind of reached out to the tier 3s and said, hey, would you be interested in doing this, is because I thought it'd be cool not only just to kind of get my opinion, but to get more people's opinions as to what they think are some good maps. Because I kind of got to thinking, as we're finishing out 22 and kind of wanting to leave our mark with the last bit of kind of tops material, not going to be getting too many more maps, not going to be getting too many more mods, probably after this week, I would imagine. Want to be able to kind of go out with a bang and be able to be like, hey, this is the entire catalog. I found out that we have over 300. It was like 320 or 330 different maps available to us, and that's modded maps. That doesn't include Giants maps. 300 and some odd modified maps or mod maps for Farming Simulator 22. That is nuts. By itself, on its face, that is nuts to have that many mods available to us, that many maps available to us. But what I got to realize, and what I kind of figured, is my top 10 list, might vary to a small degree. I might switch around numbers, I might switch in a map or two, but there's going to be a lot of repeat from previous top 10s I've done. So I kind of got to thinking, it's like, I want to be able to get other people's opinions or get kind of other perspectives to things. So I figured I'd reach out to the tier 3s and see what they had to say. And I was rather pleased with seeing how everyone was really enthusiastic about, yeah, let's do this, let's do it. So Wilty Gaming was right on board, Rail Fanning Jodo was right on board, Ken Adams right on board, everybody. And yeah, so again, thank all the tier 3s who signed up, who said, yes, let's do this. Really excited to do it. And like I said, I'm excited to see how all these videos kind of turn out and the kind of reception that we get from them. And so far, like I said, at last check, Will had something like Will's top 10 list had like almost 1,000 views. I think it's like up to like 800 some views in about 24 hours, which I mean, that's pretty good for this channel to have any bit of content to get up to that level. Is pretty good, and I'm excited to see it. So it just shows me that it was kind of a good call. Let's see. Now that we got the worker going, let's catch up with the chat. We've got Rambo says, I have 150 plus engineers that are under me. Wow, that's a lot. And I had a couple of managers under me that were like that horrible boss. When I took over the division, my first action was fire those bosses and replace them. And that's exactly what should happen. Is when you find somebody that's that toxic and that that much of kind of a, for lack of a better word, a tyrant within the workplace. I mean, all they're going to do is just drag everybody down to their level. So that's what you got to do, is you got to just cut bait and be like, no, I mean, we can't have you creating this much negativity in the workplace. No, here's the thing is, I'm not the kind of person that's going to be like, oh, well, we need to coddle people. We need to treat everybody with kid gloves. And, there are times where people need that kind of tough love, that kind of push from time to time. But it can't always be like negativity. It can't always be, a place of derisiveness. You need to be able to show that, hey, the vast majority of the time I'm just a normal person like you, like anybody else, and just need to be able to get a job done. But if somebody's like just that bad off, I mean, like I said, you're not going to be able to motivate people to do the best job that they can. All you're going to do is just kind of drag them down, and then they're just going to be there just for the paycheck, and that's it. So yeah, good on you. That's something that not too many people will do, because they're worried out, well, how much time am I going to be without this specific position? Can we afford to take them out? Can we do this? Can we do that? And yeah, I think more people should be more concerned about, okay, well, yeah, this might be, without this position may be unfilled for X amount of time, but once this position is, emptied out, all the people that are immediately in this person's orbit may start to increase and fill that gap naturally, because now they can actually breathe. They can actually kind of get that sigh of relief. Let's see. Starting to realize my voice is getting a little hoarse here. Let's see. Our productivity and employee relations soared as a result, and that's it. It's amazing what can happen when that kind of when the work environment shifts to such a degree that productivity goes up, morale goes up, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, and it shocks me to the, like I said, I'm not sitting here saying, oh, we gotta, coddle everyone. We gotta, make everybody feel special and all that kind of stuff. No. But not sitting there and degrade and make people feel less than. That is, a bridge too far. Let's see. A lot of bad managers are good at hiding their behaviors to their peers and bosses, and put that on the upper management for allowing it. Yeah, I put that on the upper management for allowing it. Yeah, that's it. That's it exactly. Is, especially when you do get instances where people do speak out, and I know for certain that, there were people who spoke out against this person. In my particular instance, and it was just one of those, like, you as a company, you should be looking for things like this and should be trying to weed it out, as it's coming to you. Now, yeah, some things may be brought to you that are kind of misrepresented, or didn't exactly happen the way that it actually did. Perfect example. Again, same company I worked for. we had a guy who was in the legal department. This is back when we were extremely, extremely small. At this point, this before all of our buyouts and all this stuff, and the head legal guy. I mean, really, really cool guy. We used to always hang out. Used to go over to his house and whatnot, because it was so small. It was such a small business back in those days. That pretty much everybody knew everybody. Everybody hung out, went out after work, went to go get drinks, went to get dinner, the whole 9 yards. And we were all like, we all felt like, team and a friend, to one degree or another. And we had gone through this major hiring push and trying to get all this stuff done over, a small period of time. So we brought in a bunch of new faces. And we had continued to go through this whole, hey, we're all friends. We're just, we're on the same team, all this stuff. We're just building and building and building. Well, we ended up getting this one girl in, and because we'd all gone out one night, we'd gone out to this bar / restaurant. It was a restaurant with a bar attached to it. And we'd all gone out there. Some people had drinks. I'm not a big drinker, so I didn't drink. I just go out there and kind of hang out, have food, and just kind of, have a good time. Well, one of the new hires had gone to HR the next day and had put in a harassment claim against the head of legal. And when this came out, they were doing the investigations as HR does, and ended up coming around to me, and they're like, did you see anything at this event? They basically interviewed everybody that was there, and I'm like, well, when she's saying it happened, couldn't it possibly have happened because he was there hanging out with me, and I guess this story had corroborated with several other people, kind of thing. And it's like, no, like what she's saying happened didn't happen at all. Like there's no possible way that it could have happened when she's saying it did. And turns out, after they brought her back in to kind of re-interview her and kind of try and get some clarifying details, turns out that she was lying because she was mad at him because I forget exactly like why. But it was something petty. She was mad at him because he asked her to do extra work that she didn't feel like she had to do, kind of thing. It was like, it's not my job, kind of thing. But at those times, because we were so small, we basically all just did whatever was brought to us because it was just, we were all trying to row the boat in the same direction. Didn't necessarily matter that it wasn't under our position. It just mattered that the job needed to get done. And, she just wasn't used to that kind of environment where, we're all just trying to get the job done, regardless of whether it falls directly under our purview or not. And like I said, it was just an incredibly petty thing. And then what was really funny about it is that it was like 2 weeks after it had come out that she had lied, blatantly lied. They didn't fire her. I think they wrote her up for putting in like a false report and whatnot. But after like 2 weeks later or something like that, they ended up catching her. One of the higher ups caught her in the bathroom doing drugs in the woman's stall. So needless to say, after that, she was let go pretty quickly. So it was she was an interesting character, needless to say. Where was I? Okay, Rambo says I have a process where I do skip level 1 on, or I do skip level 1-on-1s with all 150 in my group every quarter, and I make sure that anything said in that will never get to them in trouble. Rambo, it sounds like you are yourself are a good boss. Like plain and simple, having like a non-retaliatory process and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, And that's the kind of environment that you have that builds trust. And when you have the environment that builds trust, you then are able to weed out those things before they become a major problem, which is fantastic. I mean, it's like I said, I I personally trust my boss. I feel like I could tell him just about anything within reason. Um, I'm not gonna like start telling him all my personal histories and stuff like that. Not that I'm worried that he would hold it against me or anything like that. It's just work is work and home is home. That's those two may never meet kind of thing. And honestly, ever since those days where things were a lot smaller and whatnot, um, things didn't burn me personally, but I had kind of reclused myself away from making too many friends within the walls of work. Um, I kind of took a more, business is business, work is work kind of mentality. And it really it was after seeing all that stuff kind of go down with the head of legal and some other instances that kind of happened afterwards. And then after that office shut down, so many people who that I did consider friends, um, then I wasn't seeing them on an everyday basis like I used to and whatnot. That was really hard to kind of get over. So it was just like I said, we would go out almost like 2-3 times a week, and just kind of hanging out, just being friends. I mean, it was ultimately what it was. And like I said, we were all just kind of, you know, workers first, friends second, and all that stuff. And then once that kind of office broke apart, split up, and I ended up moving to Georgia, I lost in touch with almost all of them. There's still one or two that I'm still in contact with, but just it was tough. It was really hard to kind of go through that. So now that I'm 100% remote, there's that small niche of individuals that I'm friendly towards, but not friends kind of thing. It's business, not personal. So let's see. Rambo also says, my style is focused on developing people and their strong points, and have regular group idea sessions where just talk about whatever new ideas people have for our products. Yeah, and again, that's something. Not only is that going to be like team building, but it's also going to be something to where like the people who want to kind of thrive and innovate and really care about their position in their company and all that stuff, they're going to be able to, feel welcomed in, providing feedback and doing that kind of stuff too. I mean, there's so many different layers to making sure that you have good, happy employees, but like I said, they're going to be able to develop, they're going to be able to grow, and they're going to be able to produce in more ways than just what they're assigned to do. They're going to be able to start thinking and start coming up with ideas, things outside of their normal purview, and may even be able to think about things downstream, upstream from their processes. They're like, oh, well, if X happened, well, then my job, would be easier. Or if Y happened, then, I might make somebody else's job easier down the line, and all this kind of stuff. They'll be able to like kind of get a more holistic view of what it is that they do and how it can affect things, in other areas. So yeah, it sounds like you yourself are a great boss and you got a great style. Luke says, back from Rusty Money stream. Well, welcome back, Luke. Hope you enjoyed his stream. Rambo says, I get people invited to, I get people invested in the company and the products they are developing, and in most cases it naturally weeds out those employees who don't contribute. That's it exactly, 100%. The cream rises to the top and everything else just kind of stays where it's at, and you take the scoop out of what you want and you discard the rest. Let's see. Gets people nope, read that. The 320 just the maps on, that's 320 maps just on ModHub. So that's maps that are cross-play, not like in total for all platforms and stuff. Well, that's all for all platforms, but it's not including like PC and Mac maps, kind of thing. If so, I bet that number is double when it comes. See, I should have just kept on reading. Is almost double when going on to PC mods. Outside of Giants, there are a couple of maps in my top 10s that are not available through Giants. See, that's something that would absolutely terrify me. And I'm sure there's tons of sites out there that are trusted and whatnot that people can go to and really kind of be okay with for going to. I'm sure they exist. I'm not aware of them because I'm not a PC player yet. But one of those where I would be like, if I was just learning, just trying to figure things out, and I didn't have the connections or the people that I could talk to or reach out to, then I would be terrified to go into like a third-party site and be like, oh, well, what if I download, this map and it's loaded with malware, it's loaded with viruses, whatever the case may be. It just, I don't know, just the kind of the era that I grew up in, that's always something in the back of my mind is, what about viruses? What about this? What about that? Yeah, just, I don't know. It's something that always kind of worried me. Let's see. Luke says, it sounded like you were need some water. No, so not that I need water. It's that I'm actually starting to lose my voice. So it's starting. The weather's starting to change around here to where it was up in the upper 90s or mid 90s and whatnot, and now it's starting to get into the 60s at night and be in the 80s during the day. It's starting to get to that kind of weird kind of time of the year where there's a great shift in temperatures, and it just always kind of wreaks havoc with my sinuses and whatnot. So, so yeah, I apologize that I'm channeling Barry Manilow at the moment. But yeah, no, just one of those. It is what it is. Got to get that bassy, that kind of sexy voice going on. That Josh Turner voice. And any of you country fans will know exactly who I'm talking about. Let's see. Ken says, now Will T has gifted you a PC. It'd be great if you and him did a Let's Play on the new map when it became available on FS25. That is a brilliant idea, Ken. That is a brilliant idea. And yeah, that would definitely be something I'd be willing to do. Absolutely. Rambo says, I miss when the company was small that I worked for. I'm employee number 14 and have my 15 years coming up. Man, Rambo, it sounds like you and me are right, like, I don't know, what's the same, reading the same book but on a different page. Yeah, so the company I worked for used to be incredibly small. We used to be like 20-ish employees at when I first got in there. I was one of the original hires for that company. I've been working there since 2006 for this same company. And we've been bought out like over and over and over again. And every single time I've gone along with the change. I've gone along with the new company and found my role, found my place. It's been working out really good. But now we've been bought out by a really, really, really big company, and one of those where it's a big culture shock. Going from a more kind of relaxed environment where you're more focused on the work and focused on just getting the job done and getting it done well, to now you're having to go through all these different hoops and procedures and cross this T and dot this I and all these different things that are just like not necessary for the job itself, but it's just like anything that's large, whether you're talking about business, whether you're talking about government, whether you're talking about whatever, anything that gets too large becomes too bureaucratic and is not able to move and change quickly. And that's something that me personally, I miss. I miss it a lot. Being able to, get that request and saying, hey, we have a big problem. We need to know, X, Y, and Z. Can you figure this out for us? And it used to be a point where somebody could come to me with a request and say, hey, we are seeing a decrease in this and we think it's because of this. Can you confirm? Can you figure this out? I would go away for maybe 20, 30 minutes and then produce results. Be like, this is what I'm seeing. This is where it's result. This is why it's happening. This is what you need to do to address it, kind of thing. To now, that same role that I used to do back in those days, where I was so nimble and so easy to be able to come up with solutions and find problems and all that stuff, that's now on a different department. I no longer work in that specific brand of the company, and now that same request might take 2 months, 3 months, because what ends up happening is now you have an entire department that has to then look at the issue. They need to then discuss the issue, because nobody in that department who's going to be producing the results, nobody actually works with the actual data, or works with the actual, not the data, but nobody actually works with the operations. They don't know, how this data is actually functioning and how it populates and all this stuff. So they oftentimes have to hold meeting after meeting after meeting to try and figure out, okay, well, this is what you're experiencing. These are the kind of environments that it interacts with. These are the other teams that within that environment then have to then go, be involved, because this might affect them downstream. It's like, I was just looking for a number. I was just looking for, is this an issue, or is this something that can be addressed? I'm not looking for, 3 months worth of work, of engineering, of fixes, of all this stuff. I need to be able to move this along, kind of thing. And I get so many people, it's like, can you do X? Because they're telling me it's going to take them 3 months to be able to just produce X. And I sit there and I roll my eyes, and it's like, I wish I could. I'm not allowed to. But it's like, I'd be like, that's something I could have solved in literally 30 minutes. And I can't tell you the number of times where people will go to my boss. My boss will come to me and it's like, hey, so-and-so was talking about you. It's like, oh yeah, what'd they have to say? It's like, oh, well, they really miss you and wish that you were, on their team to where you could help them out consistently. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, I get that all the time. And it's because, they went from having almost instant gratification and satisfaction to their issues to now all of a sudden having to go days, weeks, months, before they can even get an answer, let alone a solution. So it's nuts. It is absolutely nuts. Let's see, let's get to this field right here. Once we set the worker off here, then we'll go over and we'll pick up the equipment to do the fertilizing. Let's see, before we head out into this field. Okay, there we go. Let's bring this up real quick. Will says, I was told my last job that I was a amazing boss and then I was an area supervisor. Oh, nice. I'm heading to bed. Have a good night, everybody. Will, hope you have yourself a fantastic night, bud. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. Rambo says, good night. Have a great night, Will. Ken says, good night. Will, be safe. Rambo says, I stay away from the questionable sites. Instead, just go directly from the modern... Oh, I gotcha. On their GitHub and itch.io pages. Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, that definitely, because I know there's like third-party sites that will kind of are less than reputable. Like they'll ask for like they'll actually like take people's maps and stuff and they'll put it on there and charge money and stuff like that. I always found that to be like incredibly like terrible. Um, but no, I don't know why I thought like, oh yeah, like a third party site rather than like the modders direct page. I don't know why my brain went there first. Let's see. Jonah says that time to fall asleep listening. Time to fall asleep listening to you. LOL. Well, with the sultry, deep voice that I am starting to develop, it might be easy for you to fall asleep, especially if I lower it down a few tones. You might be able to might mistake my voice for some smooth jazz or something like that. Oh my goodness. Anyways. Let's see. Luke says, just trying to keep you healthy. I appreciate it, Luke. Yes. No, it's like I said, it's just that time of year. That time of year where the weather's starting to change. It's actually been kind of funny because every morning that I've woken up, and actually it's been affecting my daughter, my oldest daughter too, where she'll wake up in the morning, she's kind of coughing and hacking and whatnot, and there was a couple of days that went by that didn't happen, nothing was happening to me, and then all of a sudden it's like boom, all of a sudden I can feel it, especially in the mornings, like it's in my lungs, and it's like I gotta like cough and cough and cough, try to get something to release, kind of thing, and then by mid-morning I'm fine. But I think it's because I've been talking and talking and talking throughout this entire stream that just kind of catching up, kind of thing. So like I said, I feel fine. There's nothing wrong. It's just is what it is. But I know my wife will be excited because when we go on road trips, we oftentimes, well, I'll sit there and sing and whatnot, especially country music. I love country music, so I'll sit there and be singing along to whatever's on the radio, and whenever this time of year comes around and Deep Voice Dave comes out, she gets excited because then she starts playing more like Josh Turner's and the deep sultry singers that are out there that we listen to, and play songs like Long Black Train and Your Man and stuff like that. So she'll be excited that tomorrow morning when she hears my deep voice, that she'll be like, oh boy, we get to change the tunes, change the tune set. So she'll be happy. Let's see. Bradford says, having a 30 degree temp switch brings you back to Michigan. LO. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's so I was talking to my cousin, I think it was either yesterday or the day before, and he's up there in Michigan still. And he's like, oh yeah, it was like 30 some degrees yesterday, and then the day after it was like 60 degrees, and then the day after that it was down to like 32, and the day after that it was up to 75, and it's like, man, it's like there are times where I sit there and I'm like, I kind of miss that, just the cool weather. I miss the cold, 'cause I always said I can always I prefer the cold because I can always put more clothes on. I can only take so much off before people start to complain. And it's one of those where, like, the cold's never bothered me. I grew up in Michigan. The cold never upset me whatsoever. But the heat, it gets to you. It gets to you. And eventually, especially, if you got to do work outside or anything like that and trying to get things done, like, you have to sit there and plan your day around, what the day is going to be like, the temperature's going to be like. Like, when I was in Michigan, with the exception of maybe the 2 months in the summertime where, the temperatures got out of control, like in the 80s and 90s kind of thing, it's like, the rest of the year, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna go outside and I'm gonna, mow the grass, or I'm gonna go outside and work on this, or I'm gonna go outside and do that, and it's like not even a worry, you know. I've been slowly cleaning out the garage. My wife and I have been cleaning out our garage, and it was a mess. It was an absolute mess, and it's been really bad for a little while now because we've got a lot of family stuff that's kind of been sitting around. We took things down for like the holidays, so when Halloween and stuff like that came around, fall, specifically fall, because my wife loves to decorate. She loves to have all these little trinkets and baubles and stuff around for all the different seasons. So she's got stuff for the fall. She's got stuff for Christmas. She's got stuff for Valentine's Day. She's got stuff for New Year's. Like all this different stuff that she's got. She wants to be able to put it out and all that stuff. And we got it all squirreled away up in the attic, up in the garage. Well, she she ended up wanting me to get a bunch of stuff down for other parts of the season. She wanted to bring stuff in the house and kind of store it in the house because of, kind of shifting. She wanted to kind of shift around between a kind of a fall slash Halloween kind of thing, which we normally don't decorate for Halloween per se. It's more the fall that we decorate for. But this year, I think it's because our eldest daughter is starting to kind of understand like this time of year and what like these kind of decorations are entailing. So she's like, oh, well, let's decorate for Halloween, or let's kind of get a little bit more like into other things. So she wanted like some of the fall stuff out, but not all of it. And she kind of bought new stuff when she found it and was really enjoying it. And yeah, so we just had a bunch of stuff that was just scrolled around for that was outside of its normal storage spots. And then we also had stuff from like when my dad moved in a while ago, that he's been kind of hanging on to and whatnot. So yeah, it's just one of those where we've been kind of trying to clean it all up and be able to get it back to where it's going to be functional, because that was the space I would use to be able to work on cars, do oil changes, to do repairs, and do all that stuff. And I haven't been able to do that stuff in a really, really long time. It's not like I've had time to do much of anything else between the two kids and the channel and being married and all that stuff. But it's just one of those where, bam, where I'm tired of not being able to find anything. I'm tired of not being able to do jobs that I want to get done and whatnot. So it was time. It was time to get out there and get this stuff done. And like I said, it's just one of those where, every morning that I wake up, and wanted to get up, do work, I'm like, okay, I need to wake up at like 7 o'clock in the morning, because at this time in the morning it's going to be this temperature out. It's going to be like low 70s, and I need to get back inside before, I'd say maybe about 9-10 o'clock, in order to be able to beat the heat, kind of thing. So you get like a couple hour window of when you're able to get things done. And if you're not done by then you're going to be sitting there and just trying to gasp for air as you're outside in the sauna that is Florida. Let's see. I think we go this way, and this way, and loop around. Oops. I'm looking at the map and not at the road. Okay, and then make a turn at my end of my field here. Then we'll be good to go. Nice. Be able to set up the worker. I might actually just let the worker go. I might not even do a headland. We'll see how the worker compensates and see if they're able to do that. I don't know. We'll see. Here. All right. We're almost there. We are getting there. And there it is. All right. Let's go like that. All right. Cool. We'll just let the worker do their thing, and like I said, we'll clean up whatever mess they make. How's this worker going? Okay. Nice. Yeah, that'll work out just fine. And let me see something just real quick. Oh yeah, 78, 80, 82, 85. Perfect. And 46. Oh man, I can't wait for the first cut on that. That should rock it up pretty quickly, because you figure that first one there is nitrogen. That is the that's what? That's lime. Wait, nitrogen, is that lime? No, pH is lime. Nitrogen is the fertilizer. So yeah, regardless, one or the other, it's going to go rocketing up. That bar is going to either go halfway or full. The other ones should go up pretty significantly as well. So yeah, that score will change pretty quick once we harvest. So yeah, we're doing pretty good so far. We'll just let the workers do their thing. Let's see. Let's catch up with the chat. So, where was I? Where was I? Let's see. Bradford says, but instead of the high being in the 60s, the lows being in the 30s, like it was today. Yeah, that's it exactly. It's just it's that huge range in temperatures that, like, it drives the sinuses nuts. Like, and that's what used to happen to me all the time in Michigan, you know, around this time of year. Is same thing, like, and honestly even worse. Like, I might sound like, you know, kind of deep voice and kind of bellowy at the moment, but imagine, you know, that great 30-degree swing all the time, like every other day kind of thing, even every day. Yeah, I mean, I used to get like really deep bassy voice. Yeah, it was nuts, absolutely nuts. Rambo says, let's see, should do what I did when we were bought out. I had certain permissions hard-coded into our software that gives me and few others super user permissions. So I used to have that. But because we had things work out the way that they worked out, and on top of that, I had some pretty good connections within the IT realm. So the people I used to work with, and oh, that just dawned on me. I should have the sensor up front. You know what? We've got quite a bit left on this field. Let's do this. Let's uncouple from that. Let's take a look at the shop. Let's look at used items first. Okay, nothing there. Let's look at the shop. Let's look at miscellaneous. Because I am putting down fertilizer. I don't know why this is just dawning on me as to, oh, hey, you should do this. 2.7 tons. 1.6. How much is this weight here? 1,000. $600, $900, 1.1. Let's do the 15. I don't want to get too heavy in case it like really bogs down. But this will increase my fertilizer, or decrease my fertilizer consumption. So I should wait. Never mind. I've got the little boxes already on the tractor. What was I thinking? Well, I'm glad I double checked. All right, let's get back to work. There we go. All right. Rainbow also says, when that big bank failed last year, we had almost $3 billion in that bank. Wow. And because of that thing I did, I was able to circumvent all the red tape, was able to make the change needed instantly. Wow. Yeah. That's that was fortunate. Well, fortunate for the company, and at the end, fortunate for you as well, because you get a bank failure of that degree and having $3 billion locked out. Ooh, no bueno. No bueno at all. Rambo says, okay, now you're making me sleepy, lol. Oh, no. Luke says, what is your favorite artist? Ooh, So, I kind of go through phases as to my favorite artists, but I mean, really, I love like Daryl Worley. Like, I grew up in like the 80s and 90s country, so like Tim McGraw, Garth Brooks, those were like my favorites way back. Alan Jackson, those were like the legends from when I was growing up. But I would say more kind of modern artists. I would say like a Daryl Worley. Been listening to a lot of the country music of Post Malone, his new country album that came out here recently. Oh, on behalf of my wife, my wife absolutely loves that album, so we've been listening to that a lot. Let's see, Rascal Flatts. Darius Rucker, trying to think. You know what? I got my phone right here. Where's my Keith Urban. Really liked Keith Urban way back when. There was a song he put out a while back that I didn't really care for, and really haven't listened to much of his new stuff after that. Luke Combs, Blake Shelton. I mean, pretty much anybody in regards to country music is somebody I can listen to. It's pretty rare that I don't care for an artist when it comes to country music. Where was I? Luke says my family loves Josh Turner too. Oh man, yeah. So my mom, when she was alive, she used to love Long Black Train. That was one of her favorites. Way back when. So it was something that got kind of ingrained in me pretty quick. Let's see, we got. Oh, where was I? Have you heard of Zach Top? I have not heard of Zach Top. No, that one's new by me. Rambo says the new worker system in FS25 is going to be a big improvement. Yes. So when they showed that video of the improvements that are being made for FS25 in regards to the workers, yeah, I am stoked. I am absolutely stoked when it comes to all that stuff. What is going on my end here? Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Anyways, so like showing off like the GPS functions as well as the AI workers and stuff like that, being able to adjust the headlands up to, I think it was like 9 or 10 headlands deep. is amazing. Being able to just have that level of control, basically like a all platforms version of Courseplay. Wow. I mean, I saw that video and I saw like the kind of breakdown explanation of that, and I was just floored. I was just so excited to see that like the AI workers should be something that we're going to be able to actually like utilize and actually hold to a degree of competency. I'm looking forward to it. I'm genuinely looking forward to it because, I mean, it stinks to be able to sit here and have to try and combat the shortcomings of the workers and of their system. And I mean, you eventually grow used to it. You eventually know what it is that you have to do, and eventually you get to that point to where you'll be able to do it. But yeah, no, it's just one of those where it kind of is what it is. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the new workers. I'm just FS25, looking forward to it. Full sentence stop. Reaver is back. Awesome, Reaver. Glad to see that you're back. Rambo says, doesn't the tractor have the sensors built in? Yes, it does. Yeah, it took me a second to remember that, but it does. Rambo also says, if you only need the attached sensors if doing that after. Yes, so yeah, these are daytime runners. Works fine in the daytime, doesn't work at night. Yeah, for some reason I got confused. You saw it. Yes. Benji, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says good morning, everyone. Good morning, Benji. Got all the Jasper emojis there. Thank you so very much. Bradford says, Benji! And whoa, Benji with the 1 gifted membership. Thank you so much, Benji. I greatly, greatly appreciate that. And it looks like P.A. Plowboy was gifted that membership by Benji. Thank you so very, very much. Rambo says, right now I'm listening to Human Ragabon Man. Last song was Unshaken by D'Angelo. Ooh, very nice. Luke says, I went to a Luke Combs concert. Oh, very nice. That was fun. Last concert I went to with my wife was actually George Strait. And let me think. It was George Strait, Chris Stapleton, and Little Big Town. Yeah, it was Little Big Town. Little Big Town. And man, was that such a good concert. That was an amazing concert. And George Strait, I mean, I was really impressed. For a man his age, he's up there and he's just, doing his thing. Like, I don't know, it just seemed like really high energy for him because, he was typically one of those kind of strummer kind of guitar players and all that stuff. But, I mean, he was up there and he was doing his thing and he was having a good old time. And then he was doing, doing songs with Chris Stapleton and had Little Big Town join them out there. And Chris Stapleton's wife, I believe it's his wife, was out there doing songs with a lot of them as well. So it was a really good time. Yeah, had an absolute ball with that. Let's see. Benji says, hey, Bradford. And Rambo Hacker says, hey, Benji. And then Jody says, how things going? Going fantastic, Jody. How are things going with you? And it looks like, dare I say it? Dare I? We're all caught up. We're all caught up. Awesome. So yeah, we just okay. Yeah, for some reason just did a little short pass there. That's why I said, dare I say it? Dare I say it? There we go. Now let's see what's oh wow. We got contracts. We got contracts. Nice. Got a baling contract. Let's see. Oh, tedding. Nah. Oh, we got more. Oh, more fertilizing. Yes. Yes, we will do more fertilizing. Thank you very much. Oh, man. Are you, though? Evil laugh here, LOL. Bradford says, not yet. And Luke with the number 1. I know. The shenanigans. The shenanigans. I love it. I love it, though. One of those that... I love it that we can all come here and have a good time, you know, and just kind of do our own thing. I just love it. Love it, love it, love it. Let's see. Let's go ahead and turn that off. Where are we at here on this contract? 95. Okay, well. We'll get this to 100%. And you know what? Might as well just accept these other contracts. Let's get that one. And that one. Perfect. Oh, 99. Ooh, we're so close. We're so close. Come on, 99. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. Come on. Yes. Ha 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 ha. Got it. All right, 12 and 35. Oof. Oof. Of course they're on completely opposite ends of the map. Oops. 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 Stop. Stop it. All right, well. Let's go ahead. You know what? Let me think about something just here real quick, because I was saying earlier how it'd be cool to kind of install that agricultural fair. I'm trying to see, is there a spot that I can install it? It'd be kind of a good spot for it. I don't know. Whoops. Well, if we go here, and then no. I wonder if I could buy. Ooh. Okay, hold on. 25 grand for one of these little plots. 20 grand for that. 14 grand for that. Okay. Hold on. My brain is cooking right now. Okay, hold on. Let's do productions, selling points, agriculture. Whoa! Easy there. I mean, I could do... If I took out these 2 trees right here, if I took these out, I could move this like right here off the side of the road. Or maybe rather do better over here. I could build it like right... Oh, it's because I'm right on the border, so it's not pushing out too far. Something like that, maybe? Let's see. Try and get nice and edged out there. See, if I push it out too far against the wall, then I might not be able to paint like a driveway to it. How much is that? See, it might be better to do it on one of these properties here. Maybe, ooh, what about this one? 50,000. So it'd be about 75-ish grand for that property. Let's go up here. Ooh, this might be better. Hold on. Nope, that's productions. Ooh, now see, something like this. Something like this might be nice. Just off the side of the road here. Ooh. That could be... Okay, okay. Let's finish out these contracts here. They'll give us plenty of money to be able to invest into doing something, and then we'll just do it. We'll plop it down and be good to go. By the time we get to that point, we ought to be at a position to where we'll be able to like, hopefully the worker will be done there on field 3. We'll then be able to yeah, we'll be kind of good to go. We'll be able to have a place to sell. I'm pretty sure the agricultural place takes fertilizer as an input. I hope. Oh man, that would be a big bummer if I put that in there. It's like, oh yeah, this will be perfect. This will be perfect. You know what? Can somebody out there in the chat, can somebody verify whether or not the agricultural fair actually takes fertilizer? Before I go and invest and put all this money, like over $75,000 or roughly $75,000, into placing that down and then find out, oh hey, it doesn't take what I hope that it's going to take. You know, if you don't mind, I would greatly, greatly appreciate a verification. All right, so now here we go. Let's get this rocking and rolling. Let's see. So we're just going to make our way around the outer perimeter here. And then we'll set the worker off. And really more like on this edge here is where it's going to be more important than anything because of the trees. Let's see. Let's see. Whoops. I'm reading and driving at the same time. It's not working. Let's see. Jody says, playing Madden NFL 25 tonight. Ooh, very nice. Very, very nice. Bradford says, we got to keep you on your toes. Well, I appreciate it as I'm sitting here and just snaking along the field and, you know, wasting more product than I have to. Let's see. Yeah, we'll set the worker off once we get over to the other side. That'll probably be better. Get out of here, woodpecker. Ugh, that's something that drives me absolutely nuts, is we have woodpeckers in our immediate area here, and I'll be sleeping in the morning or something like that, and all of a sudden you hear a just this rapid fire, just it sounds like almost like a mini, like an automatic BB gun. And what it is that there's a electrical pole with a light, like one of the street lamps, but it's in our yard. But for some reason, the woodpecker has taken it upon themselves to take a personal vendetta against this particular light fixture. Even though there's no light, there's no nothing in it, so don't know what the problem is. But they'll come over and they'll just start and just start rapid fire at like 7:30 in the morning. And it's like, oh, you're lucky I'm too tired and in a residential neighborhood. If I was back out in Michigan, I would have taken you out long ago. Oh my goodness. But no, it's just like, and it's wild because it's so loud and it resonates. Because, I mean, their beak is just sitting there and tapping. It's a little metal fixture that wraps itself around where the street lamp is in our yard. And it's just, it's like, oh. Especially when you're not expecting it at like 7 o'clock in the morning, you're sleeping. Like, because I work remote, I don't have to like fight traffic or anything like that. So it's one of those where, I basically wake up like 10 minutes before I have to be to work, kind of thing. And that's if the girls let me sleep. If they let me sleep, then I get to wake up about 10 minutes before I have to go to work. If they don't, well then, it's dealer's choice at that point, I guess. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, Rambo says, well, I gotta hit the bed, so going to switch to watching it on TV. Awesome. Rambo also says, I like to put one of those sell everything sell points on one of the other farms on the map to simulate selling those products to another farm. That's actually a pretty good idea, too. How much would the other farms cost? Let's see, there's this one here. Oof. 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 I don't think that's going to be an option. I think we're just going to have a pop-up shop. I think we're just going to have a pop-up shop for $49,000 rather than $507,000. I mean, I like your idea a lot better. Putting on a farm and it's like, hey, you're selling your products to a farm. That would make sense. Not at like $700,000 worth of cost. No. Jody says, yes, I can take everything. Oh, nice. Thank you, Jody. I appreciate it. Benji says, I believe so. It will take fertilizer. Perfect. Thank you, Benji. Thank you, Jody. Benji says, hey to Jody. Jody says, we got a bunch of crazy squirrels. Oh, man. It's a funny story. Also, it says hi to Benji. And then Benji says, Benji is my clock. Oh, I gotcha. I'm with you now. He's your alarm. Gotcha. So funny story. So my wife has basically lived in Florida her whole life. She lived in New York until she was about 6, I think is when she moved, and then she lived the rest of her life in Florida. Well, she is used to seeing animals here in Florida. Now, anybody from the north will understand when I say that animals up in the north are built wildly different than what they're built down here in the south. What do I mean by that? Is up in Michigan, where I'm from originally, if you see a squirrel up there in Michigan basically looks like a small dog. They're huge. They're absolutely massive. A squirrel down here in Florida might as well be a chipmunk. I mean, they're puny. They're so tiny. Or look at like deer. A deer down here is just a little itty bitty thing. Up there in Michigan, though, they'll total your car. Not joking. They get huge. They get absolutely massive. And it's one of those where I was taking my wife up to Michigan for the first time to go visit family, and it was actually we're going up there for a wedding. It was one of my good friends up there. He was getting married, and I was one of the groomsmen in his wedding, and I was sitting there telling her, it's like, yo, we'd gotten into a discussion how puny the animals are down here, and she's like, oh, you're full of it. They can't be that different. It just can't be that different. And we gotten up to Michigan. We gone up to the church where they were gonna get married and all that stuff, and all of a sudden a squirrel had scattered down from the trees, and I'm like, oh hey, look, a squirrel. And she like stops dead in her tracks, just absolutely just freezes where she's at. And she's like, that's a squirrel? Like that? no, that's a dog. That can't be a squirrel. And I'm like, that's a squirrel down here. She's like, you weren't kidding. They're freaking huge. And I'm like, yeah. Like, and I was trying to explain to her, it's like, animals down here in Florida, they don't have to be as large as they are up in the north. And she's like, well, why? Why would their location have anything? Well, I told her, think about it. Up there in the north, these animals have to make it through the entire winter. You know, the cold months. So they have to pack on as much fat and whatnot to be able to survive a long period of time without good, consistent feed. And she's like, that makes so much sense. Oh, so I'm like, yeah. So it's just one of those that, you know, it's the same animal, it's the same thing, but it's just, you know, one has to bulk up for the cold months, the other one doesn't. You know, down here, you know, they're always going to have, you know, a good, consistent, you know, food source that's not just going to go away for several months, you know, when the snow falls, kind of thing. So she's like, oh, that makes so much sense. And you know, so it was just kind of like a funny little interaction that we had. Oh yeah, I should have more than enough product, so that's good. Let's get over here. We'll send a worker over to. We'll send this worker over to field 35. Let's see. Go here. Up to here. Perfect. All right. Let's send these workers to the farm. Just like so. Whoops. And now we'll hook up to this one. Oops. And a swing and a miss. And there we go. Got everyone kind of chugging along. Oh, yeah. We should have more than enough. So, cool. I'm happy about that. All right, so where was I? Rambo says, oh, I forgot there's a PC mod that lets you place stuff wherever without buying land. Oh, now I just feel like you're doing this on purpose. It's like, oh, look how cool PCs are. We can do everything. We can make the sky into I don't know. I kind of trailed off there. Anyways. Oh. Back up. I will not miss a chunk. I refuse. Especially when I'm actually in the machine. There we go. Let's see. Luke says, as a big snake in the south, as in big snakes in the south. Oh yeah, that's the only thing big around here, are the snakes. Oh my goodness. So my dad's friend owns a piece of property up in northern Florida and one further north in Georgia, and he uses them as hunting properties. You know, there's nothing on there. It's not like houses or anything like that. It's just property. And he goes up there and he goes hunting all the time. And the most recent time he went up to North Florida, he ended up coming across a massive rattlesnake. Massive. This thing was huge. And I'm like, nope, big bag of nope. I hate snakes. I hate snakes with a passion. Every single one of them can go the way of the dodo as far as I'm concerned. Cannot stand them. And the worst, and the bad part is that I know exactly where this hatred towards snakes came from. It came from my mother. My mother was petrified of snakes. So this irrational hatred that I have towards snakes is a manifestation of her and her fears. But the worst thing has ever happened in my entire life. I may have told this story before, but I was letting the dogs out. And as I'm letting the dogs out, I had a big bowl of cereal, and I'm sitting there, and I'm just in my own little world, and I'm, oh, good cereal, and I'm just kind of sitting there, just keeping an eye on the dogs, and oh, this cereal is, this is the best bowl of cereal I've ever had in my entire life, and I'm just scarfing it down, and all of a sudden I feel something just kind of brush up against my leg. And I'm like, huh. And I look down, and nothing. And then I turn to look back at where the dogs are, and all of a sudden there's this giant black snake that went slithering off in the direction that I was in. And I'm like, holy crap! And I didn't say crap. I screamed. I got so animated. I threw the bowl up in the air, who knows how high into the air. This amazing bowl of cereal that I was having, threw it up in the air. The bowl shattered into a million pieces, and I'm like, there's a snake that just crawled over my foot. A snake crawled over my foot. A snake. Oh my, wow. And I'm just losing it. I'm sure if any of my neighbors were outside, they're just absolutely beside themselves, just snickering away. Thankfully, it wasn't like a poisonous snake or anything like that. It was just a little, they call them like black racers or whatever. It's just a little black snake. Not a big deal at the end of the day. But it slithered over my foot. And I'm just losing it. I'm just screaming. This is even before my kids were born. And I'm just screaming. And all of a sudden my wife comes storming out of the house. And she's like, what are you screaming about out here? There's a snake and it slithered across my foot. There's a snake and it slithered on my foot. Oh my God. Blah, 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 blah. I'm making up my own language. I'm just losing it. And she's like, oh my goodness, will you calm down? No, I will not calm down. You calm down. And now, don't get me wrong. If a frog were to jump up on my wife, she would have the same exact reaction, if not worse. It would be like somebody was murdering her. Like the blood-curdling shriek that would ensue at that point in time would be so ear-piercingly loud that it, like I said, it'd be like somebody was just hacking her, like taking her life at that point in time. So the amount of hypocrisy at that point in time, yeah, no. Where can I put this thing? Where can I put you? I don't know what I can do with this thing. Oh, hello. Sorry about that. What if I do it right here? What if I put this right here at the edge? I think this will work. Yeah. That'll work. I mean, I guess I could store in one of the bays over there, or... Nah. So you had that big storage thing here, and I took it out to put the chicken pen in, and now I'm kind of regretting it. Alright, so that's all done. I could roll the fields, but we're talking like an extra percentage, when in the grand scheme of things, it's not really going to be that much. I say that now, but am I going to regret not getting that extra percentage? I don't know. Oops. There we go. Let's see, let's load this one up. think between these 3 contracts, I'll have more than enough to not only buy the land, but then be able to install the sell point. There we go. Take this, park it. Oh, what? Oh, I forgot. I forgot. I had them come over here. Oh my goodness. I don't know if y'all can tell yet, but it's getting a little late. Oh, let's... There we go. There we go. Now we're cooking. All right. Where was I? Bradford says, deer will total your car and walk away sometimes. Yes, they will. Those little, not little, ugh. And then, every once in a while, it was rare, but when I used to go up to Michigan, up in the Upper Peninsula, like very consistently, especially when I would go out to go hunting and whatnot, every once in a blue moon, I would see elk and I would see moose. And holy smokes, those things are massive, absolutely massive. And I was watching, I think it was Mythbusters. Yeah, I think it was Mythbusters. And they were showing how dangerous moose and elk can be because they're significantly taller and their mass is so high up. So think of a deer, just a normal deer, but then stretch out its legs and its entire mass is about, I don't know, head height when it comes to most vehicles. So they were saying how dangerous it is when you're about to hit an animal, specifically like deer and stuff. And they say, for those who don't have to deal with it, this is why I'm going to elaborate. They say that if you know you're going to hit a deer and you're slamming on the brakes, there's no avoiding it, there's nothing you can do, let off the brake. At the last second, let go of the brake. Because what's happening is your car, as you're coming through and you hit the brakes, your car naturally wants to dive and throw the nose down into the pavement. Well, what happens is that creates kind of a scoop, and you hit the animal, and then it rides up your hood. Now, that was far more true, especially back in the day when you had things like disc brakes and you had drum brakes that were more prevalent. Now you have pretty much most vehicles, modern vehicles nowadays, have 4 disc brakes all the way around, instead of 2 rear drums and 2 front discs. And it was just, that was a far more prevalent thing back in the day. Well, imagine an animal that's significantly taller. It doesn't matter whether you let go of the brakes or not, because their center of mass is, pretty much head height at that point. So you basically hitting them is just taking out their legs from under them, and then they're coming straight at you. And they were showing this on the Mythbusters, how they basically had like tires as the center mass of the moose that they were going to hit, and then just little spindly legs. It didn't matter what the legs were, but they ended up hitting this thing and showing, exactly what happened. And basically, you take out the legs, the mass stays at head height, and then eventually just cleaves off the top of the car, kind of thing. It was a very interesting episode. I used to love Mythbusters when it was on back in the day. But just one of those. It was a really interesting episode. But yeah, it just deer. They'll ruin your day. They will absolutely ruin your day. And there was my very first car, my very first one, was an old '89 Mustang. And one of the key features about this Mustang was that the driver's side window was notorious for not being able to roll up on its own. What would happen is that it would ride up the track and then pop out of the track and actually kind of get stuck because it would go kind of inside the cabin. What you had to do is kind of push it as it was rolling up, and then it would stay in the track. Well, the reason that happened is because the person who owned it before me, who was my dad's work buddy, he had a deer hit him. A deer came flying out from behind some trees, and as he was driving past, all of a sudden, boom! This deer just ran headfirst into the car. And I guess my dad's friend was telling the story. He was like, "This thing just scared the bejeebers out of me. Like, I almost messed myself because of how loud it was." And imagine you're just driving around, and all of a sudden, right at the corner of your head, all of a sudden, boom! This thing hits you. It hit with such force, it actually popped the window off the track. It was nuts, he said. And I was just laughing really hard because of how he was telling the story. So it was just, yeah, very interesting. Reaver says, that and the squirrels in Florida have to look good for have to look good for bathing suits. Yes, because, I don't know, 9-10 months of the year it's swimsuit season, so gotta look good in your in your swimwear. Luke's got the laughing emojis. We got Bradford says, and on their surfboards and skis. Yes. Oh my goodness. So it is nuts how many people out here go out on the water and will kind of do their own thing and whatnot. But I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm from the north and whatnot, and there's not as many things up in the north that are going to be able to take you out like there is down here. And I've had some bad experiences when it came to being out on the water. So I'm trying to think. I think it was like a year after I had moved down here. My cousin, who he is one of, if not the most accident-prone people I've ever met in my entire. And I'm not talking like, he'll trip and fall kind of accidents, like forgetful kind of accidents. Kind of. I'll put it to you this way: this is the only man I know who forgets their gun for a hunting trip. And that is a true story. We had gone up to deer camp, and so from my house, it was probably about 6 hours to deer camp. From his place, he lived about an hour north, so we'll say about 4 hours. About 3 hours into his leg of the trip, because we picked him up. He was along the way, so we'd pick him up. 3 hours after we picked him up is when he's like, "Oh, crap. I think I left my rifle at home." So he had to stop and buy a rifle to be able to take it to deer camp. And yeah, that was an interesting deer camp. That was, needless to say, an unexpected expenditure that he was not expecting. I mean, it was just silly. But it was just one of those that, this is just something very consistent with him. Something very consistent. That is probably the most egregious one I can think off the top of my head. But I mean, that was just a commonplace with him. He would always forget things. He would always just do really kind of silly, off the wall kind of stuff that was like what are you thinking? And to be fair, a lot of it had to do with the alcohol, and a lot of, he had problems. He had, or has problems. So one of those where don't know how much it had to do with the prolonged use of alcohol. Don't know how much it had to do with just the kind of person that he is. So yeah, just needless to say, long story short, is that he kept us all on our toes. I mean, at the end of the day, he certainly kept us all on our toes. Let's see. Rambo says, "Who let the dogs out?" I did, and do very consistently. Luke says, "I hate snakes too." Yeah, I can't stand them. I cannot stand them. I don't trust anything that can move itself by just sitting there wiggling. So snakes, worms, eels, no, 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 no. Anything snake-like, no, no. I don't like it. I don't trust it. Uh-oh. Okay. Whew. I heard the train bell there, and I'm like, uh-oh. Do I need to worry? Let's see how much more we got to do for this contract. Hopefully not too much more. Oh, what? Oh, it's because we're missing the end pieces there. Okay, that's fine. Let's go ahead and finish that up. We got, Rambo says, "I'm sorry, but if I saw a snake in my house, I would be filling out insurance claim as I burned the house." Like, oh, man. So, yeah, that same thing. I'd just say burn to the ground. I wouldn't even care about the insurance at that point. I wouldn't even care about being homeless. I'd be like, you know what? Done. Just done. Thankfully, this wasn't in the house. This was outside. I was letting the dogs out, and it had slithered over my foot. So yeah, needless to say, yeah, if a snake ended up inside my home, whew, but no. So my grandmother had a story that she told me that way back in the day, um, she was using the restroom, and their house at the time was piped directly to a drainage field, and one day she was using the bathroom, and all of a sudden she heard something kind of, in the toilet, kind of moving. So she ended up standing up, turning around, and about 2 seconds after that, snake just came popping out from the toilet. And she, needless to say, yeah, she basically burned the house down to that time. Thankfully she didn't, but she could have. But come to find out that is because it was directly linked to the drainage field, and there was the house was so old that there was no S-trap in the inlet or in the outlet there. So it was one of those that it was just a matter of time kind of thing. That's partly why they put in those P-traps, is what they're called, in plumbing. One is to keep a consistent source of water in the line there. One, it's to prevent bugs, gnats, and stuff like that from being able to fly up from the septic field into the house. But it also deters any critters that come to that, because what happens is that they find this source of water and they don't know if or how long that source is going to be. So oftentimes what they end up doing is they just turn around in the pipe, and it's fine. It's not a big deal. Now, there are plenty of cases where that doesn't work out to anybody's advantage. New York City is a perfect example, to where like the rats will just kind of do their own thing. So yeah, one of those where oof. I tell you what, I ended up going to a gas station. This was maybe about, I don't know, maybe 3-4 years ago, and I was out in the middle of nowhere, somewhere in Florida. I was driving home, and I'm like, oh man, I'm really tired. I want to stop and get a drink, kind of thing, get an energy drink, and kind of give a little bit of pep in my step. And as I'm walking into this gas station I've never been to before and all this, I'm kind of looking around, and it's like, man, this place just looks like a dump. This place is just a really nasty kind of gas station and all that stuff. So it's like, okay, well, I can get a drink. It's like I'm not gonna get any food and whatnot. I'm looking around, I'm observing, and it's got those like drop tiles. Um, so here, let me get the camera. Whoops, let me get the camera real quick. So it has the typical drop tiles, like the normal like convenience store would have, and I'm noticing that in the drop tiles there are holes, like kind of around the kind of outer border. And I'm like, that's kind of weird because I'm seeing like in some of the holes are like lines for like internet, ethernet cables and stuff like that. There's some like power conduits that are running along the wall and all that stuff. So I'm like, okay, well maybe, but some of them are like really big and really out of place, like the holes and stuff. I'm like, that's really weird. You know, it's like I'm just kind of noticing and kind of observing this. Well, then all of a sudden I'm looking in the general direction. All of a sudden, boop, a rat, a giant rat just comes poking its head out and slinks down the electrical conduit and just starts walking along the conduit. I'm like, holy, what is that? I'm like, nope. I turned on my heel and I left. I'm like, nope. Giant rat comes out and just like has no cares to give at that point. Nope. See ya. So I ended up driving down the road, and it's like I had plenty of energy after that, and I had more than enough pep in my step at that point in time. But oof. All right. So let's see. We got $197,000. We collected big time on that contract. So why don't we do this? Well, first let's do this. Let's go ahead and boop. Actually, yeah, let's go ahead. That's fine. We'll go ahead and do those. But we're not going to do them here tonight. I'm just collecting them right now. But, let's see. So, it's this property down here. Yeah, down here. It's right here. I think this would be a really good spot for it. Right here. That little agricultural fair. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and buy that chunk of land. Let's see. Farmland 60 for $50,000. Perfect. More than enough. Let's see. Let's go there. Okay. Now, selling points, agricultural fair. Now here, let me see. All right, so that's... So it's gonna... So you enter from this direction here and you go out that way. So what if we turn it around? So it kind of makes sense. So it's kind of like you're pulling in from off the roadway. Let's see, let's try and get this kind of sort of lined up with the road. Just trying to get these to turn just so. And there's really no good. There we go. Just give it a couple boops. 2,500, yeah, about 850. I'll do a little bit of leveling. Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool. Awesome. So if we do that, now let's do some landscaping and painting. Let's see. Okay, so it's this texture here. Now here, how wide is this road? Oh, of course I can't tell. You know what, let's kind of... something like that. Start out with a little bit jagged, that's fine. There we go. So kind of something like that to start out with. Now here, let's... There we go. And then... like that. Okay. So you just want to clean up just a bit. Just like that. Okay. All right, yeah, something like that. What if we add a couple little bushes? Make it just a little bit more inviting. Actually, hold on. Let's add some flowers. Let's. Actually, no. Flowers, bushes. Let's go with bushes. Let's get some big old thick bush. Right. Oh. Yeah, there we go. One there. Oof. Oh, come on. There we go. That. And that. And then maybe some more down here. Okay. I think that would be pretty good for right now. Yeah, I think that's all right. Doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, but now if we take a look. Oops. Yes, look at that. We got a selling point. We can produce fertilizer and we can sell it. Love it. I love it. Oh, that is awesome. Let's check it out. Let's go over there. Oh yeah, that'll be fine. Let me pull in. Look at that. Couple nice little bushes on the way out. I think we got a winner. Awesome. All right, let's catch up with the chat just real quick here. Let's see. Bradford says, put the tank trailer in the smaller bay, like near the repair shop. Oh, that's a good call. Yeah, I can do that. Benji says, I think the reference of big snakes are boa constrictors and I think that's rattlers. Yes. So down in the glades, we get a bunch of pythons and a bunch, because people get them as pets and they'll sit there and like, oh, well, this thing is too big for me now. I can't possibly handle it anymore. Instead of calling animal services or something like that and saying, oh, hey, let me relinquish this thing. No, they just go out and put them out in the swamps. It's like, here you go. Like, really? So now they've got these massive pythons and like anacondas and stuff like that out there that's like 30, 40 feet long. These things are huge. They're like so I was reading an article a while back, and in the article they showed a snake. It was a giant python. It was at least, I think they said it was like 33 feet long, where it had eaten a full-sized alligator. But it was such a big meal that it couldn't handle it and actually like burst it open. Like it couldn't handle the meal that it took in. And they found it, deceased, out in, the glades, and it was just, bursted open kind of thing. It was nuts just reading. They took pictures of it and all that. It was just the most wild thing I'd ever seen. And don't get me wrong, there's plenty of stuff down here that's huge. Like I was saying earlier, like squirrels are small, deer are small, blah, blah. No, there's plenty of stuff down here that's way larger than I'm comfortable with. Freaking gators. Gators get, like, there was one massive gator. This was about a couple of years ago. I think it was out of Lake George. I thought they said it was like 15, 16 feet. Something like that. It was massive. Massive. Yeah. Piece of advice for anybody who comes down to Florida, do not go into the lakes. Do not go into lakes at all. At all. Don't think that unfortunately people find out way too late. Way too late. And there was a thing that happened a while back over in was it Disney, or it might not have been Disney, but it might have been one of those like general park areas where a family, I think they were from Norway, ended up losing a kid because they let the kid go down to the water and swim, like put their feet in the water, and a gator came and got them. It's like, yeah, I mean, I feel terrible. I mean, and somebody from out of state, let alone out of country, might not think like, hey, this, you might not want your kid to be in there. But yeah, no, I mean, that's the awful. I mean, a tragedy. But yeah, don't go in the water. Just don't. It's no. Nope. Big bag. Nope. Let's see. Ken says, have you done the shoutouts list, BD? I did. Yeah, so I did the shoutouts, did the memberships, did the merch. Yeah, I think we're all caught up with that. Let's see. Luke says, and this has been a story time with BD. Isn't that the truth? Rambo says, looks good. And Rambo also says, the alligator pulled an Iron Man from the first Avengers movie and blew it from out. Isn't that the truth? Yeah, I mean, just completely like, boom, just like, I vividly remember the pictures. I vividly remember. It was nuts. Absolutely nuts. So what do you say we go and get a trailer, we bring down a load of fertilizer, and we get some pay? Let's go get paid. Why not? Actually here. Let's see. What do I have? How much fertilizer do I have? That's actually a better question. Productions. 20,000. So I don't even have enough to fill all these equipment. You know what? Let's go check something out. 'Cause I think I've got a good amount of fertilizers and stuff in here, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, solid. Oh wow, 19. So yeah, 19,000 liters in here, and plus one big bag of weird proportion. Let's see. Liquid fertilizer, eggs. We got lots of eggs. 15 pallets. Seeds, solid fertilizer. So yeah, let's do that. Solid fertilizer, we'll go with all 19. Blah, 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 blah. Awesome. let's go ahead and get that all loaded. There we go. Oop, left the camera on again. Gotta get better about that. Sorry, everyone. All right. Do this. I'll grab this thing here because I can get 4 bags all hooked up to this bag handler. Oops, easy. Yeah, see, look at that. 4 bags. Oh, hey. There we go. There we go. Come on. Unload. What is going on here? Huh. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. Get 4,000 liters at a time to dump out into it. Yeah. Now we're cooking. So once we get all this loaded up, we'll be able to head out, sell it off, and yeah, I think at that point we'll be good to go. I am thrilled about this because I tell you what, fertilizer is honestly one of the best products to make, in my opinion, because oftentimes it uses insanely cheap inputs to be able to come up with one of the most highest paid outputs. You know, so in this case, we're taking manure and slurry, with both of them are probably like 60 bucks per 1,000 liters each, and we're turning it into products that's like almost $3,000 per 1,000 liters. It's incredible the kind of turnaround that you get. The differential in pay is just nuts. And you figure, I mean, the manure and slurry, you're getting as like a byproduct. You're getting that, you know, for free, essentially. I mean, not technically free because you're having to pay for feed and all that stuff, or you're having to put in feed and all that. But, I mean, most people are more worried about, like, especially like with cows, you're more worried about milk. You're more worried about, like, those kind of products. The manure and slurry, I mean, oftentimes, you know, yeah, you might be able to use it for your field. You might be able to use it for, you know, things like that. But oftentimes people are just like, meh. You know, yeah, it's nice to have, but if you're able to now turn it into something that's worth $3,000 per 1,000 liters almost, then yeah, gonna, come on. There we go. That last little bit there. Oh, come on. Perfect. 20,000 liters. We are going to get a good payout for this. I'm on board. I am all about it. Let's do this. So let's see, I can... go out and around to this way. All right. So then the left, and I'll have to make a U-turn, but that's fine. That's fine. Let's see. Oh. I'm reading and driving at the same time. Don't do that. Let's see. Bradford says, I believe that the Titan trailer you already have carries solid fertilizer. Yes, it does. Oh, yeah. And then Ken says, okay, BDD must have snoozed off. No worries there, Ken. No worries whatsoever. It's the... oh, wait. What? Oh, went the wrong way. Try that again. U-turn! Get out of the way! Alright, here we go. Pull in. Stop. And... big money, big money, big money. Booyah! $57,000 for 20,000 liters worth of product. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I can do that. I can do that. Oh, probably could have left back. Get out of here, sign. You're not important. You're not telling us anything we need to know. All right. Well, I am absolutely thrilled about that. We finally have a place where we can sell all that fertilizer that we're going to be generating. And yeah, I might as well fill up that that sell point, or not that sell point, that production point, and make sure that I'm producing as much fertilizer as I possibly can, because I mean, that's going to be a big payout. Every single month is going to be a huge amount of payout. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm really thrilled about this. And the simple fact that we were able to get a piece of property and the sell point so cheap, I mean, yeah, I am totally on board with it. Totally on board with it. Let's see. Let's get back to the farm, though. I'll catch up with the chat, and then I think we'll end up calling it an evening, because it is now 2:20 in the morning. It is late, and I'm getting a wee bit tired. Perfect. All right, so we've got... Rambo says, on my Alma game save, I'm running the slurry manure through the BGA, which makes a lot of money, and it produces digestate as a byproduct, which I can then form through the fertilizer production. Yes. So that's a great thing to do too, is kind of double processing, so getting the byproduct of the byproduct kind of thing, to be able to get the digestate and then turning the digestate into fertilizer. Yeah, that is exactly. So double dipping on the revenue. That's hey, double dip, triple dip, quadruple dip, it doesn't matter. I mean, plain and simple is that money is money is money, and if you're gonna get it, get it. Get it. Ken says, for people that don't know, I had open heart surgery just over a week ago. Yes. So that's one thing that I did not elaborate here on the channel. One, because it wasn't my place to elaborate. But I wanted to make sure that Ken knew that he was fully supported, that we were thinking about him all the time, and that, we just wanted him to get better. So, yeah, Ken's home. He's back from the hospital, had pretty big surgery there. So yeah, just glad everything worked out for you, Ken. Glad you're safe. Glad you're home. and especially glad that you're able to be home and be able to like go through the plans like what you were talking about before, where you're going to be able to play Farming Simulator from the future. So really happy about that. Really happy that you're going to be there ahead of us. So like I said, just really glad everything worked out for you there, bud. Really, really happy about it. Let's see. Rambo says, hope you're doing better. Yes, absolutely. And I think, let me just double check real quick. I think that's it. I think I'm all caught up. But yeah, I had an absolute blast with everyone here tonight, and I hope you did too. If you did, please show me by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things. The algorithms enjoy you doing, the shows you're engaged with this channel, enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope you all have a fantastic day. Take care.